Mr. Tiefank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is September 14th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche, not present, Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Unknown caller.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with opinions of others. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking anyone who has expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in any number of ways that are outlined on today's agenda. Now we will go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police.
Good morning, Commissioner, President Briggs, City Attorney, Mr. Tiefank, our Inspector General. As I do each week, I'm going to give a COVID update relative to department operations, significant events, crime, and personnel strength. Regarding our COVID update, my update is going to cover a 2-week period since we did not meet last week. And over this 2-week period, we have seen the number of new infections slow in response to the previous 2-week period. This is demonstrated as we look at the last 2-week period. We have had an additional 66 members of the organization test positive for COVID. 55 of those were sworn, and 11 civilians. That brings a total to 3,102 positive COVID-19 tests. 2,537 are sworn members of the organization. 565 are civilians. During the same period, or same 2-week period just prior, we had 143 new cases. So a significant slowdown, if you will. The work status of those personnel that have been impacted by COVID-19, we have 146 people who remain at home or hospitalized recovering. That's a reduction of 22 personnel from the last period of reporting. A return to duty have 2,946 of our personnel, which I'm thankful for. That's an increase of 90 personnel. And on the mobile vaccine program, which has continued this week, we now, over the last 2-week period, saw 156 additional vaccinations that were completed. That leaves the total for the program since its inception of 254 vaccinations of department personnel. Currently, we have 4 of our members that are hospitalized. 2 are very critical condition. 1 was released from the hospital this last week, which I'm thankful for, and is recovering at home. Of the 4 that are hospitalized, 2 were hospitalized over the last 2-week period, and the 2 others have actually been hospitalized for an extended time now in their efforts to recover from this pandemic. The number of personnel that have now received at least 1 dose of the vaccination stand at 6,573. That represents 54.3% of the department. Our education and outreach continues regularly, daily, in regards to our membership, and the department continues to await instructions, further instructions from the personnel department in the city relative to the implementation of the mandated vaccine. We have seen a number of our personnel who have filed for an intent to have an exemption based on either medical or sincerely held religious belief. Again, the department will wait for the city to provide instructions relative to the interpretation and what will happen to those intentions to file. Those intentions, however, do not mandate that those who file that intention must file an intention, the eventual signed intention at some later point. The form for that has actually not been provided to the department yet, so that process is still rolling out, if you will. Additionally, the reporting of the vaccination status, the department is now working with individual commands for those that did not submit the information as required, whether they're on IOD status or on vacation status or away from the workplace or otherwise. We're now going to reach out to each individual who remains they're being shown as non-vaccinated because they did not affirm one way or the other their status. And so the default position is that we don't have information particularly on you, who you are, that you were or were not vaccinated, then you're shown as being not vaccinated. That's a significant number with us, and my intention is to track that number each week so that number reaches 0. And we have a full and complete understanding of the vaccination status in advance of the effective date of the mandated vaccine. Moving on, I want to now talk about significant events, and given the amount of time here, I want to limit them to an update on the investigative efforts relative to the June 30th explosion during the operation to remove the illegal fireworks that were on the 27th Street address. Just this last week, and the last part of last week, we received the final ATF report that detailed their investigation involving some 40 interviews, evidence collection, and forensic analysis into the cause and origin of that explosion when officers, in their efforts to dispose of illegal fireworks that was deemed too dangerous to be removed from the location, loaded those into what is called a total containment vessel, a piece of equipment that is designed to detonate and extinguish or remove any threat of that material without posing a risk to the surrounding area. In summary, the ATF's final conclusion backed its preliminary conclusion, which was that the explosion was an accident and the result of human error resulting from the amount of explosive materials, illegal fireworks, that were placed inside this total containment vehicle or in this vessel, and that total amount of weight exceeded the capacity, the design capacity of that piece of equipment. The department also completed its own after-action report as promised, including a summary and critique of the incident from the initial response, the actions involving the removal and disposal of the illegal fireworks, and the aftermath and recovery from that accident. The department's after-action report includes a map depicting the locations where that piece of equipment has been used over the last decade. It also includes documentation that's been implemented in the aftermath of this accident, and details 13 specific actions that have been taken to strengthen the operating protocols, training, and oversight of this critical operation. Including these actions is my direction that the TCV will not be used in the disposal of any of the explosive material in any residential setting in the city. Last night, we met with a number of impacted families and businesses to provide copies of those 2 reports, as well as to discuss the status of the recovery effort. I want to thank Councilmember Price and the All People's Community Center for assisting us in organizing this meeting. Also, I want to thank General Manager Carol Parks of the Emergency Management Department for attending and updating the audience on the status of the recovery. The department continues to have officers assigned to the impacted neighborhood 24 hours a day to ensure the safety of those of that neighborhood, because there are a number of residences that are still unoccupied. Additionally, we participate in weekly meetings regarding the long-term recovery of that neighborhood. To date, 191 claims have been submitted to the city, with 42 of them settled and checks issued in 24 of those instances. The remaining 132 claims are in varying states of completion. Last night, we heard from some of those who were not clear on the status of their claims for damages. To assist in the process, we took their names and contact information and we'll work closely with EMD and the City Attorney's Office to help eliminate any confusion that remains and help all of those involved get their lives back to normal. The community meeting last night was limited to those most directly impacted. An additional town hall meeting is being organized today and will be a Zoom call tonight at 5 p.m. The information will be placed on LAPD online as to how to call in for any interested party that would like to participate in that larger town hall meeting. Additionally, the department has released both reports and supporting documentation on LAPD online, our LAPD website. And I'm happy to take any questions. I know this is an area of significant interest to the commission and others. Moving over to the next topic, I want to talk about a categorical use of force that happened in the Hollenbeck area, and then also a non-tactical unintentional discharge with an injury that occurred with the Los Angeles World Airport Police. First, regarding the categorical use of force in the Hollenbeck area on the 3rd of September at approximately 3 in the afternoon in the area of Alhambra Avenue and Johnson Street. There, Hollenbeck officers observed an individual whose name was who was later identified as Sergio Barato, a male Hispanic, 32 years of age, a suspect who was named on an assault with a deadly weapon crime report, which had occurred the day prior. The individual was ordered to exit his vehicle when the officers located him at that location. As a result, officers forcibly removed him from the vehicle. And during that use of force, one officer contacted the suspect's neck and throat area, resulting in categorical use of force. Mr. Barato was not injured and did not complain of injury. He did refuse medical treatment. One officer sustained an abrasion to his hand, and another officer sustained abrasions to his knees. Force Investigation Division responded to Hollenbeck Station and is conducting a categorical use of force into this matter. Mr. Barato was booked for ADW 245A of the Penal Code as a result of his involvement from the prior day's actions. Second matter I'll bring attention to occurred as a non-tactical unintentional discharge with an injury and occurred in the 7100 block of West Imperial Highway. On the 8th of September at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning, an on-duty Los Angeles World Airport police officer had just completed qualifying at one of their agency's ranges. The officer was cleaning his pistol when it discharged, striking him in the left hand. He was transported by a rescue ambulance to a local hospital where he was treated and released. Fortunately, no one else was injured during this incident. In accordance to our memorandum of agreement, Force Investigation Division responded and will investigate this incident on behalf of the Los Angeles World Airport Police. And the airport police will be the one to determine any actions that stem from this event. Next area I'd like to address is our crime picture for year to date, where we stand. We continue to be challenged in regards to our homicide and shooting violence. Homicides stand at 275 versus 226 last year. That's just under a 22% increase. That's 49 additional deaths from the year prior. Our violent crime picture with a 6% increase is largely influenced by an increase in aggravated assaults, which have increased 10% from this year over last year. Robberies are essentially flat, and our sexual assaults are down more than 12%. Regarding burglaries, we've seen a reduction of 12%, and also a reduction in burglary, theft from vehicles, and personal thefts. We have an overall reduction of 3.7% in property crime. That's 2,277 fewer property crimes. But our challenge remains in auto theft. Auto theft, while we saw week after week decreases in the first 6 months of this year, the last 4 to 6 weeks, we begin to see a turnaround. We're now seeing a steady week after week percentage increase in our auto thefts. We're looking at the particular areas of the city where those are occurring, but it brings my conversation to a point of the matter of prevention is critical in this area. Auto theft arrests are up more than double digits. And our men and women are locating and arresting individuals that are stealing these vehicles. However, the arresting portion is not the primary means of which we'll achieve success here. It's lock it, hide it, keep it. Securing your vehicle, taking keys away from the vehicle, locking those vehicles, and ensuring the valet key and other such issues aren't left there for thieves to take advantage of. Regarding our categorical uses of force, what I've just mentioned earlier with regards to the non-tactical, we had no other officer-involved shootings during this period of time. We've had a total of 25 officer-involved shootings this year versus 19 last year. So no change since my last reporting. That's a 31.6% increase. We've had 9 fatalities this year versus 6 last year. Our 4-year average on officer-involved shootings are just under 25, and our 4-year average as to the number of fatalities is just over 9. Moving to our personnel strength. As of the 28th of August, we've had 9,425 personnel that are now assigned as members of this organization. We will start an additional academy class in September. We have 2,684 civilians. That's 158 below our stated deployment strength. We have 404 reserves and 1,248 cadets. Again, I want to thank, during the last 2-week period, our reserve corps, the 400 plus personnel. They assisted us in some added footbeats and high visibility patrols in the mid-city area. And they continue to be an important part of our efforts to maximize our visibility in the street. And with that, I'll take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. Just a couple of questions I have. Number one, the statistics on COVID, or the those vaccinated and those who have not been vaccinated. It appears that 46% of the department personnel have not been vaccinated. We appear to have reached a plateau with department personnel. What are we going to do to get above that rate? You know, I understand that the city's mandate that was passed by the city council has now gone into effect. Where are we in terms of negotiations with the union as to any consequences for those personnel who refuse to be vaccinated? And I'm not talking about those who want exemptions. I just mean outright refusal to be vaccinated.
So those conversations continue, it's my understanding, between our bargaining units and our city's management team, the mayor's office, CAO, CLA, and council representatives, what is known as the EERC, the Employee Relations Committee. And I have not received a briefing this last week as to the next steps moving forward. I am hopeful that we will see some resolution as to what consequences, what instructions for each of the general managers across the city, given the impending effective date of being vaccinated or having a approved exemption, whether it be medical or sincerely held religious belief. And for those that have neither and have not been vaccinated, what is the duty status? What is the consequences for that? So we are awaiting that instruction presently. The effort moving forward, though, continues to be to overcome the hesitancy, the resistance to this, by doing everything possible to inform our people of the true and present danger that this virus poses to the safety of all of our personnel. The hospitalizations, the potential loss for life, the ongoing risks of coming down with this virus are real. We see them not only within this department, but we see them in the profession, and we see them in our community. So the efforts of the department is to lead with information, to lead with encouragement, to model this, and to recognize and to inform our people of the pending requirements by city ordinance of being vaccinated. As you may be aware of, this past weekend, I'm aware of litigation against the city, against myself and the mayor, for those mandates and for allegations relative to the impact it's having on those employees. And while I won't comment on that, I believe the city attorney did yesterday as to the legal representative of the city of Los Angeles as to the merits of that case. The reality is that I'm hopeful that as these requirements are implemented, not just here in Los Angeles, but across the country, that will overcome this hesitancy. I recognize as an Angelino and as an American that this is requiring a lot on some people's part for them to overcome their reluctance or their resistance to this from an emotional standpoint or otherwise. It is also a subject that has been weaponized in our political discord And certainly our members have participated in a part of that as well. But at the end of the day, where I come down to this as a chief is that as an employer is the need for our members to comply with job requirements, the essential requirements of holding a position with this organization, whether it's a sworn member or a member of our professional class. And I will enforce those provisions as they are defined. And we look forward to, in the coming days, better understanding of exactly how that will, what those provisions will look like and how that will be delivered. I spoke just yesterday with the fire chief. We stand together in our efforts to encourage our respective departments to be vaccinated. And yet when we also stand together that the consequences, once defined, as chiefs, we'll carry out that mission.
So Chief, just one other question on that point. Those who are coming into the academy, the police academy now, they're required to be vaccinated for COVID, correct?
No, that is not correct. They are provided the opportunity to be vaccinated. The job classification or the job requirement that you be vaccinated, the effective date is in October. It is not yet effective. However, we do have each of our academy recruits are on day one are given the opportunity, and I'm pleased to say all, if not all, the vast majority have taken advantage of that vaccination as a protective measure for their health and the health of their family and their ability to become a member of this organization.
How do we make it a requirement, Chief, that recruits, we mandate that they be vaccinated?
I think that's going to be part of the mechanism of the recently passed ordinance. It'll extend from recruits all the way through and including volunteers and board members of commissions. The mechanism of that has been laid out by the ordinance, and the requirements I expect to apply to recruits the same way it applies to custody services personnel, other members of this organization. It'll be the same effective date as a term and condition of employment.
Thank you, Chief. I have no further questions. Any other commissioners have questions for the Chief? Commissioner Decker?
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief, if I could turn your attention to the June 30th explosion on 27th Street. And I'll say I received a copy of the report this morning, only a few hours before the commission meeting, so I've not yet completed my review of that. I'm sure I'll have additional questions once I get through the report. But if I could ask you, based upon the conclusion of the report that it's human error, I'd like to better understand the points of failure with respect to the human error, the checks and balances that will go into place. And I understand you've required that any further actions not be taken in a residential neighborhood. I understand that. But I think checks and balances would continue to be very important during the transportation process to ensure that our city streets and the residents are protected. So I'd like to just better understand first the points of failure, human error, the checks and balances going into place, regardless of whether it's an explosion in place or after transit.
Absolutely. So and actually, I believe we're calendared before this commission for next week for the presentation, a full presentation of this report. Mm-hmm. On page 39 of the after action report for the public that may be following along, there's a series of 13 specific steps that go into what the recommendation is, or the improvement, the strengthening of protocols, notifications, documentation, oversight, and then the responsible entity and those that have already been completed, or if they're not been completed, the status of that working. What we found in this, as we've conducted this investigation, is that bomb technicians trained, highly specialized, gone through national level schools with years of experience, that the written protocol, standard operating guidance, apparently allowed for them to estimate the weights of explosive materials, and that calculation of those weights was not well documented. So we strengthened, first step, we strengthened the documentation so that the written calculations have to be memorialized, that we have to physically weigh whenever possible the involved material. Explosive materials vary in their strength, and meaning that every ounce of explosives is not equal to another ounce. I've covered this before, but equate it to alcohol, where the proof level of it varies based on the type of alcohol. Same with explosives. Dynamite is a relative 1.0. Some explosives like C4 have a higher ratio, so that becomes a ratio of a 1.4. So an ounce of C4 is higher potency than an ounce of dynamite versus an ounce of flash powder. Those calculations involve some math and some identification of what is the net explosive weight, what is the net explosive value, if you will, of material you have there. What we saw on this day of this event, we have used this containment vessel 40 plus other times. This, however, was one of the largest, if not the largest, that we've seen as far as what was disposed of in that day, is that as they looked at each of the items and they began a sampling process, that they visually examined the material, the explosive material, and estimated its weight. And in doing that then compounded the problem, because when you multiplied that by the number of items, that they erred in the sense of identifying the net explosive weight as approximately 16 pounds. When in the ATF's report and their analysis, which has now been finalized, it's been methodology has been validated, that number is actually 39.8 pounds. And 39.8 pounds exceeded the rated capacity of that containment vessel. And so that error, that human error, resulted in the failure of that system, of that total containment system. How that happened was a compounded issue of a lack of strong guidance and guidelines as to the documentation required. It happened with with added measures now of a secondary officer and a safety officer doing checks and balances on the written documentation to validate the physical weight measures and the total calculation of the net explosives. The other thing that we found, though, was that even with that circumstance, a need to transport this material rather than dispose on site using that vessel, because out of 1,000 cycles, you could have a failure. There's always a potentiality for failure. What we saw that day was the evacuation was effective in setting off standoff distances. But the study and the work also in this report found that our documentation of that evacuation was lacking. What that means is we went house to house. Did we identify each person there? And did we record that information? And we articulate whether the person was an answer on the door or no answer, whether the person left or the person chose to stay despite our advisement. And so the evacuation protocols have also been strengthened so that we have a better understanding of a mapping, if you will, of what that status of those evacuations that took place that day were. So those are some of the issues that are here. Additionally, we found that when we look at why or how did we come to use this total containment vessel the way and number that we did, we found that it was being used as, for lack of a better description, a mobile disposal site. The city doesn't have a destruction site for explosives, and it needs to acquire one. And over the last decade, it's attempted to do so and has been unable to get the land set aside and the space set aside. And so this became in a high urban environment, which unfortunately we come across explosives from time to time as people illegally and dangerously store these items, and we've got to dispose of them. We became to rely upon that total containment vessel as a disposal site, rather than having a site that is efficiently and effectively nearby for the disposal. So that's identified in this report and steps going forward as to how to remedy that. In the interim, though, the steps regarding to your point, there are going to be instances in which we do not want to dispose of explosives at the location for fear that it will destroy the residents or destroy the building because of the blast effect. And so there may be an instance in which we have to move and transport the material, and a total containment vehicle or a similarly equipped vehicle such as a dump truck loaded with sand will provide a mechanism in which to safely transport the material. It will not eliminate any risk or any dangers in its entirety, but the process now will have commanding officers oversight and review and monitoring to ensure that every safety protocol possible is being taken in handling very dangerous items. So that's kind of a hierarching overview. There is, so the training, the oversight, the notification schemes, all those standard operating guidelines are being strengthened. Now that both of these reports are done, the FBI is also going to come in and do a review of top to bottom of not just what our standing guidelines were, but the actions taken from these reports, and to report back to me and to this commission what its review is as to any other changes or modifications that should occur, so that we are the standard and that we meet that on a national basis. A standard, I believe, previous to this event that we met, and clearly we did not.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Briggs, I'll leave it to you and the other commissioners to ask some follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Any other commissioners have questions for the chief? Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, thank you very much. First, just following up on, I think one of the questions that Commissioner Decker had raised, and this was on, if I heard you correctly, that in your initial remarks, Chief, I thought I heard you say that that the TCV would no longer be used in residential settings. And so still not clear as to, I know previously there was indications of risk, the risk of transporting dangerous materials through traffic or through city streets and so on and so forth. So help me just clarify or reconcile those 2 points. If I heard you correctly, that you're not going to use it in residential environments, that would suggest that the standard practice going forward is to transport. And I understand there's some risk around that. So if you could address that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. So essentially, the protocols moving forward is either a destruction on site, not using the TCV in any fashion. So some type of bunkering and configuration where the material, the explosive material, has to be disposed of at the location and not transported in any fashion. The other times, it's to be transported from that scene to a disposal site, a physical site that is certified for the destruction of whatever associated with explosive material is. That conveyance is what the use of the TCV would be for. It would be used to safely place within this containment vessel with a proper documentation, proper calculations as to the rated capacity of that vessel to safely transport that material for a disposal at a remote location. The oversight into how those calculations are made, the weight and measurement, the validation of the calculations, the oversight with a second set of eyes and a safety officer and a commanding officer's involvement is meant to ensure that this miscalculation does not reoccur. The history of this use of this vessel in its last decade has seldom seen anything near this amount of material. It was in single pounds and ounces, rather than even by the unit's own estimation, 16 pounds. It was believed all the earlier instances have a much smaller amount of using that vehicle, and they disposed of it on site. Presently, we believe, and moving forward, the process is destroy it on site. However, if it is more safer to the neighborhood and overall where the transport will occur to a remote site, then that will be done. And the example is the 16 tons of material that was taken from that location and was transported to a remote site hundreds of miles away so that it could be safely disposed of, rather than disposed of in that home. Because there was no way in which to dispose that type of ordnance or that type of explosives, in my view, there. It would have posed an imminent risk not only to the immediate houses, but to the school. So the most effective way safely is to transport it. The TCV plays a role in that. Currently, we don't have a TCV, and the one that we had was destroyed or severely damaged. The second one we have is being recertified. It's on a trailer. And if we have to transport Because we can't safely dispose at a scene, we're using a large dump truck filled with sand. And the effort is to package or position the explosives in a manner and an escort just to provide for the safety of the surrounding areas as that material is being moved. Previously, and what I reported earlier, is that the practice by the bomb squad was to use the TCV as a safer means of disposal on site than the perils of transporting it. But the more that we've researched other agencies and practices and reflected upon the rationale, I believe that safely transporting it to another location is a better and a more effective operating practice, and what cities such as New York City engage in. None of the agencies that we spoke with use the TCV on a recurring basis to do a mobile disposal or a destruction on site. They use a vehicle instead for transportation, for transporting that item. So hopefully I've cleared that up.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it will probably be, or hopefully it'll be more clear as well after we have an opportunity to review the reports and maybe engage a little more discussion as part of next week's agenda. So appreciate that. Other question I had about I suppose it relates to the staffing levels. I think you indicated that there's a recruit class that's starting at the academy. Is it this month?
Yes.
And yeah, can you tell us anything a little bit about the demographics of the class?
I cannot. I believe that we'll have those demographics, I believe, next week.
Do you know how many is in there?
The goal is to hire 60 or 62, I believe.
So yeah, so I would just ask next week that you be sure to bring us that breakdown so that we can understand if it's on track or behind with some of the objectives, whether it's relative to African-American recruits or women or others. So it'd be important to just understand where we're starting from as you kind of reopen the academy, if I understand what's going on.
Absolutely. And as a reminder, we're actually going to have a presentation on the 21st next week for our recruitment, including how the funding that was set aside for particularly our diversity and our outreach and engagement, how that's being employed. And I met yesterday with Assistant Chief Choi and Captain McCraney, and we are challenged. A challenge we have going forward is twofold. One, the significant cutback in civilian hiring and staffing of personnel department is impacting our ability to effectively work through applicant flows so that we have qualified and ready to serve recruits. We believe that unless something changes here in the next 60 days, that we could be severely impacted in our ability to continue with these size classes in the first half of next year. Secondly, that's also impacting the diversity of our ability to achieve women at 50% of our academy class, and African Americans at 22%, and Asian Pacific Islanders at, I believe the number is 10%. The diversity in those applicants is suffering, I believe, right now as well. So we need that marketing effort to be targeted to get and let people know that we are hiring qualified individuals, and we have a desire. National Police Week, National Women's Police Week, Police Day was last Wednesday, I believe it was, which we celebrated women in law enforcement and their role. Our department brought attention to that, but we believe that the marketing effort you'll hear next week is going to help that as well.
I appreciate that. I don't have any particular insight, which is one reason I'm asking the question, but it's my understanding generally that there is some risk. You mentioned that this class, I'm not sure if it's this class or one that's been in process that may not include any African-American candidates. I'm not sure the number of women and so on, but if that's the case, or whether or not it's the case, but in particular, if that's the case, I would appreciate if the report is looking a little further beyond, so you have say the raw data, then you have some of the potential elements or impacting the efforts that you alluded to with the personnel department and so on. But I'd also, invite you to include some broader thoughts or comments on what the outreach efforts are and what may be proving, effective and areas where we may need to reconsider or redouble efforts as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. think that's all I have, Commissioner Briggs. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Clancy.
Thank you, Chief, and also President Briggs. I want to understand, and I didn't get to review the entire report, and I appreciate that we're going to have a presentation next week. For me, after kind of listening to the conversation just now, I want to understand what those measures are going to be that will determine like what gets detonated on site, what gets moved out. So if that could be part of the presentation, the actual amount, so that there's like a clear understanding across the board. And then also President Briggs, I think those amounts should go through the commission and adopted as policy, that these are the measurements that would be utilized in any type of instance where there's a potential a need to transport or detonate on site of any explosives. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Commissioner Clancy. We'll consider that suggestion in an executive session. I don't know that, as the chief explained, and from my understanding, and have to do a deeper dive into it, it's not just the sheer weight of an explosive, it's the type of explosive as well that gives it its power. So I don't know, just saying that sheer weight of itself is one of the measurements that we take into account. Because you get into the chemistry, whatever the
or just an understanding like how these decisions are made. So what is the criteria for something to be transported? What is the criteria for something to be detonated on site? Just so that everyone has a clear understanding I'll say for me, like what is the actual policy and what is like not acceptable.
Consider it and discuss it next week, but go ahead, Chief. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I would just say, I think I would welcome the opportunity for our personnel to come next week. I think that they can help tremendously in going through this to reassure you. The safety of our personnel, the safety of the community, these are paramount. This is very dangerous, very volatile set of circumstances, and we want to ensure the safety of everyone involved however possible. That's where these failures have, if there's anything that will come from this, is an absolute strengthening and doubling down to ensure that those safeguards are in place and that there's redundancies to ensure that such
and obviously we're very interested in also the safety of the officers. So I think I just kind of want to be on the same page about transparency, that we all know like what those measures are.
Absolutely.
I don't mean measures as in weight, but measures as in like what are the criteria for the different types of actions that would be taken.
Absolutely. And these are not secrets. These are not tradecraft that we're unwilling to have public review of. So we welcome that, and certainly commissioners, we want you to, as the head of this department, to be satisfied that this is a technical field. It is one that is not, that does involve a highly specialized area, but it also is, I believe, capable of being explained in a manner to build confidence that our people will act responsibly and professionally in this field.
Right. I appreciate that, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clancy. Commissioner Soboroff, did you have any questions? Okay, thank you. At this point, we're going to turn to public comment. Madam Secretary.
Okay, our first speaker is caller ending 3146, followed by Haram Cormier Jr.
Hello.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Yes, public input, Chief, closed session, one of the dockets.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. Well, I have to apologize about a gentleman, Walter DeLeon, which is kind of connected to the closed session. But Walter was shot in the head. If you listen to Walter, he lied. So I have to apologize to the LAPD. He actually approached the LAPD with his arms extended, so they shot him in the head. If you hear him, he said that they walked up on him and shot him. So I have to apologize for that. So, on the closed session, the officers, no problems here. He did a great job. Thank God for the more of the patrol. This is the part of the police department I think is okay because things are happening, but the police department's having to take care of a bunch of bigger issues that come from, you know, the monster that runs the United States of America, which we supposedly can't talk about. So, I hear what the chief's talking about on the explosion. The problem is really that 2 people have died now. This is from what I'm hearing. So I've heard Briggs, you know, keep asking the chief, is there anything we can do? He was asking about that. See, I don't have to ask anyone. See, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the toilet mirror. I know what to do, how to get us out of these problems. And I've said this, you see, I win, not you. My way wins. That's why I keep calling back. I know you cut me off, not mad at you, but you did the wrong thing to me. And this is a public service. I'm trying to help out, but I have a birth certificate issued by the Department of State. I'm not trying to hurt the police department. I'm trying to help save lives, and you're cutting me off. And you had better watch out between this relationship between me and you and God, Briggs, because I win, not you. I won already. You keep
Mr.
asking the
President,
chief-
again, I don't believe this is.
I agree, Commissioner Decker. Thank you. Madam
You
Secretary,
lost.
go to the next caller,
You
please.
lost.
Okay, next speaker, we have Haram Cormier Jr., followed by Matios Kedane.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right. Well, you know, throughout this whole discussion that y'all had, Michael Moore, you talk in circles. You talk like you want to confuse people. I mean, you're a perfect example of somebody who talks and says nothing, who tries to say everything and says absolutely fucking nothing. Fuck what you're talking about. It's as simple as that. We know that the ATF, the LAPD, the FBI, the CIA, NYPD, whatever police department you want to name are all in bed together. They're all in cahoots. They're all the fucking same. It's all the same. So it doesn't surprise me that law enforcement investigated law enforcement and found that law enforcement did nothing wrong. It was an accident. It wasn't no accident. And even if it was, 2 people are dead. And throughout your whole discussion, and I'm not even going to entertain that notion, actually. It wasn't a fucking accident, period. Fuck that. But throughout your whole discussion, you never mentioned the 2 lives of the people that y'all killed. This only proves the disdain, the hate, and the lack of regard for our lives. I actually caught one of y'all throughout your whole little talk. One of you mentioned something about disposing. You feel like you can dispose explosives in a residential neighborhood. More, you said again for like, this is the second time I heard you say that there are about 40 incidences where we've exploded things in a residential neighborhood. Again, that doesn't make it okay. That does not make this shit cool, especially when 2 people die. But whatever. None of this can happen without dehumanization of people. You know, killing people, black and brown people is like stepping on a spider. You can look throughout America's history and see that shit. This is normal. This has been normalized. It's nothing. It's like throwing away a piece of paper. It's nothing. It don't count. And y'all are crooked for even trying to argue otherwise. So, whatever. Defund the police. I yield the rest of my time if there is any.
Madam Secretary.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Matios Kedane, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief Moore, there was nothing substantive in your report today, so I have nothing to criticize because as a previous caller stated, you vomited a word salad that was meant solely to confuse most and appease the empty suits sitting in this commission. You did fail to mention the names of Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes, who died as a result of the LAPD bombing. On item 4A, we note that there's racial bias in policing, but for the benefit of some listeners who still believe this shit is fixable, I want to point out these investigations and subsequent rulings never lead to any real type of accountability, and they're not intended to. They are here as a mechanism that is supposed to only appear as accountability, allowing the police to continue their practice of racist brutalization. And this is what reform is and does. It sugarcoats the violence LAPD wishes to enact by hiding it under the guise of investigations, community outreach, or further training. Once they gain the community's trust, they have free rein to harm us further. Another example of this is the LAPD's attempt to subvert the organizing efforts of community members who were bombed by the LAPD on June 30th. The meeting organized by the LAPD yesterday was not open to the public, only allowed select members of the impacted community to attend, and was done without the involvement of Union del Barrio, who had been organizing the impacted community members. Chief Moore unconvincingly tried to sell this event as a benevolent act of transparency, but we know it was an effort to undermine power. If you want to stop racial bias within policing, if you want to stop the culture of reckless endangerment enacted by the LAPD, if you want to stop the multi-generational massacre of Black, Brown, and poor Angelenos, you must abolish the police, plain and simple. This week, multiple news outlets covered the LAPD's practice of collecting civilians' social media information. We also uncovered that the LAPD had lied about using data miner during last summer's uprisings. And as we've seen time and time again, these surveillance methods, just like any other means of violence within the LAPD's arsenal, are not used on white supremacist right-wing extremists, but almost exclusively on Black protesters. One document even showed that the LAPD's keyword searches on Geophedia were almost exclusively about Black Lives Matter or leftist movements. Defund the police. Finally, can we stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes? And what's your plan for in-person meetings? Why are we not having in-person meetings? A lot of other city bodies are. Name the officers involved in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Chief Moore resign. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Daniel Gus.
Yes, I request that you imagine me making air quotes as I say that I'm going to speak to all items on today's agenda.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, great. 3 minutes, and I appreciate the imagination. Chief Moore, you are an incompetent and sinister liar. You do not deserve to be in the position that you are. Informing your people is the issue you would have us believe. Do you think that the unnamed LAPD officers who went to the Capitol on January 6th were insufficiently informed? Do you think that that's the issue that we're confronting here? And Commissioner, as a question for you, how can you possibly hear Chief Moore say that and swallow the response? Commissioner Briggs, I was actually watching you during that while the chief was saying that, and you were nodding thoughtfully as if the chief was giving you like a meaningful, engaged answer. So commissioners, you are all telling me that if you attend a barbecue or something this weekend and someone sidles up and says, hey, I hate to get into it at a social function, but I saw an article in the LA Times about thousands of LAPD officers who are going to ask for exemptions. Like, what's up with that? That your response is going to be, don't worry, the chief assured us at the meeting on Tuesday that he's going to do what he can to inform his people that it's actually safe. That's what the oversight committee would have us believe. Man, that fireworks incident. Yeah, Chief Moore, you really do have, I don't know if I'd call it a gift, but you certainly are able to gab. You know, you're flapping your gums about the difference between a pound of bricks being different than a pound of feathers, on and on. And it's so perfect that you concluded your response to Mr. Bonner by saying, hopefully I've cleared that up, when it's so transparently obvious that what you're there to do is not clear things up and indeed make people forget the original question that was asked. And in case anyone mistakes quantity for quality, I'll just point out that the chief used the locution more safer during his remarks, which is the basic sort of grammatical error for which like a grade school student would be corrected. And I will concede that this is petty and pedantic, and I'm bringing it up to demonstrate how little respect I have for this man's intelligence and abilities. His incompetence is systemic from the macro to the micro level. Again and again, we hear something shocking about the LAPD that offends common sense and reason and basic morals. And everything is set up to just create a review about it, a report, the ATF, the FBI, the presentation next week. This is a simple situation. The chief fucked up. He's in charge. There needs to be a consequence for him instead of the people who are currently bearing it, the families that this incompetence affected. Make them whole. Chief Moore needs to go. Social media being harvested in field cards, zero sustained complaints of racial bias among the thousands. Do you think that you're doing a good job holding this police department accountable? I'm just thinking about you and going about your lives and saying to people, we get a lot of criticism from the public, but we're doing our best. Do you think that you're doing what this commission is supposed to do? I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Gus, followed by Jason R.
Can you hear me okay?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Just general public comment, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
Sure. Commissioners, your LA Police Permit Review Commission has had not one, not two, but three illegal meetings full of illegal votes because one of your commissioners was participating and voting even though her appointment had expired. When I brought this to the commission's or the group's attention, Deputy City Attorney Jonathan Bislig, who you paid me $11,000 for his misconduct, he tried to stop me from addressing this because I pointed out to them that Mr. Bislig had been reprimanded by the State Bar of California for his misconduct. He subsequently, when I sent a media inquiry, by the way, I'm nominated for another journalism award next month by the SoCal Press Club, LA Press Club. Mr. Bislig said I couldn't contact him at his city email address, which, by the way, now interferes with my rights to participate in my government and another $10,000 claim against.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R, followed by Richie.
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yep, so Jason with BLM LA. I'll start first with the mysterious meeting put on by the LAPD last night for the victims of the bombing at 27th and San Pedro. It was a complete farce aimed at intimidating and terrorizing people that you've already victimized on the regular since bombing their neighborhood. Why wasn't the ATF and after action report translated into Spanish, given that the community members most affected by this bombing are Spanish speakers? This department is funded to the tune of $3.1 billion and somehow couldn't find a way to get a report of this magnitude translated before giving it to the victims. The ATF report had the names of the officers responsible for this bombing redacted, even as the affected community members have asked for them. That's one of their main demands. Why is that the case? It's because this department doesn't believe in accountability. You're telling me that the only form of discipline for these officers is that they won't return to the bomb squad in the future? What the fuck? Ozzie Houchins and Ramon Reyes won't be returning to their community in the future because they are dead, victims of a bombing that was the direct result of this department's failure to protect and serve them, victims of a bombing that wouldn't have happened in any white community. Moore is quoted as saying that officers that were involved did not think to weigh the material. They thought they were loading 16 pounds, but they loaded just under 40 pounds. How does that even happen? A preschooler knows the difference between 16 pounds and 40 pounds, yet we pay these pigs six figures on average. Moore didn't want media present and prevented organizers and community members from entering to counter their lies. These affected community members have relied on community organizers to help get them justice, and to block them out of this meeting at the direction of Moore shows that he truly is the coward that we all know him to be. I even witnessed them trying to turn away people that had their windows blown out on Adams. So let's talk about when asked about the redacted names, Chief Moore responded that as chief, he's responsible. Glad we can agree on something for once. He was quoted as saying, as chief of police, I'm sorry this happened. We're going to make this right. What is involved in making this right is your removal. You should be fired, resign now, leave in disgrace. You're a cancer to this city. You're an utter failure. You will be remembered as the babbling idiot that somehow survived through a long list of what you would call, quote unquote, miscalculations. Next, you're going around saying that the mask mandate is being enforced and is persistent. You know this ain't the 1960s. Videos exist of these infractions on a daily basis. In fact, I encourage members of this careless commission to check out the Twitter account, Film the Police LA. You'll see him document officers daily with no masks. In fact, he visits the Hollywood LAPD station on the regular, one that is listed by the health department as having an active COVID outbreak. So over the last month, he visited this station 41 times. And guess what? On each occasion, he found massless pigs indoors. What's the excuse for that, Moore? Why aren't you pressing him more on this, Briggs? Let's see here. You referred to the lawsuit filed by your fellow piggies. In that lawsuit, it stated that unvaccinated cops believe that weekly testing is highly intrusive. What? A swab in your nose is highly intrusive? Less scary than a fucking shot, I guess. Again, $144,000 on average.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by Gina Viola.
Hi.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi, all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, this is Richie Stradenko from the People's City Council. I don't know much what to say. I continue to believe that, this commission is just a farce. What's the point of holding all of these meetings, doing all of these reports if LAPD is never held accountable? Chief Moore, you have 2,000 officers that are saying that they need a religious exemption. You have, officers suing the city. And during your presentation, you were like, oh yeah, I was included in the lawsuit. Well, nothing's going to happen to you personally. You're not going to personally come out any liability or any financials. So it doesn't really matter if you're being sued or included in the lawsuit. This is under your leadership. So you're probably telling them on the back end saying, yeah, sue the city and name me and I'll go up there and act like, I don't know what's going on, despite the fact that, if you don't know what's going on and this isn't an intentional act by you, Moore, then, it's pathetic. Your leadership is pathetic. If you're not actively encouraging white supremacists like Sergeant Gordon Helper, who colludes with far-right extremist Tony Moon, if you're not actively encouraging that and, this is just happening under your watch, then you're a fucking coward, dude. You're a coward because you won't stand up to white supremacists. And, white supremacists and anti-vaxxers and LAPD are like the Spider-Man meme. You know what I mean? Like, you're all looking at each other, pointing, who's this, who's that? You're all the same people. Moore, you're saying that, these are like some consequences of not knowing the information. What about the, LAPD officers that were in DC on January 6th? What about Sergeant Helper who was in a group chat with Tony Moon, who's a Capitol rioter? The LAPD officers have a close connection to white supremacists. This isn't like based on a lack of information. This is just who you all are. And once again, Chief Moore, if like you aren't, an anti-vaxxer white supremacist and actively encouraging this within your department, then you are a fucking god-awful leader. Like this is just happening and it's happening under your watch, bro. Come on. And also, once again, Chief Moore, you're a coward. You don't say the names of the two people that LAPD killed when they set off a bomb in South Central. Why not say their names? Why do you continue to keep this closed off to the public? And I think it's funny you keep saying it's a mistake, we'll learn, blah, blah, blah. When a member of the public makes a quote unquote mistake, you guys fucking kill people. So nothing's going to happen to those officers. They'll keep their jobs, but.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola, followed by Bill Cotter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Thank you. Public comment, chief's report, and items 4, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So every week I promise myself I'm not going to talk about your COVID report, Chief Moore, but I cannot help it. I just don't understand how this continues to lurk in the department as deeply as it does. You've said over and over again, the COVID crisis is the crisis of our lifetime, and yet you just stated that your new recruits in the academy, it's not mandatory that they be vaccinated. So here we are, going to have brand new police officers. You had an opportunity to at least start somewhere. You are never going to take this crisis seriously. All you are going to do is continue to have the city pay for your mistakes over and over again, just like your retaliation against a sitting council member. using a PR stunt to deploy those fireworks, killing 2 people, damaging so many other lives, and then not letting the press inside yesterday for your secret meeting to talk about who's gotten their money from the city yet. Why isn't that coming from your department? Why does the city continue to have to pay for your mistakes? This is just outrageous. Why are we not back in the room? Kids are back in school. We have figured out a way to have children back in school, and we are not back in that room. You're telling me you can't all drive downtown, put masks on your face, and let those of us sit in the room with you? That's just ridiculous. We need to be there to hear and see these presentations, and we need to be able to meaningfully comment on them after those presentations are had, not before. You are going to hear something today on item 4A, and we're not going to be able to say a word about it. And once again, it's the bias policing report. And it's like a joke at this point, because every year we sit in that room and every year we hear about the number of allegations that were made and 0 are substantiated. Have you people never taken a statistics class? That's impossible. It's impossible. Just like absolutely none of the mask complaints were substantiated. I believe there have been over 600 mask complaints made just against the Hollywood department alone, and not a single one has been substantiated by you. Again, statistics, it's not possible. It's just not possible. The LAPD was caught lying again regarding its use of data miner during the 2020 uprising following the murder of George Floyd. The day before that report broke, one of your officers gave a deposition where he said that was not used at all. All y'all do is lie, 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 lie. And you use so many words that you have a hard time even getting them out as you're telling them. It is outrageous just to what extent you will go to lie and cover up and then beg the city for more money to continue killing Black, brown, and poor people. We're done. Abolish the police.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bill Cotter, followed by Hugh Jean-Marie.
Hi, I'd like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Appreciate the information in the chief's report. I'd like to talk about the statistics though on crime reporting. I think that the numbers are way down. If you look at things on social media, a lot of people are complaining about things like catalytic converters or thefts out of their cars. And you ask them, did you file a report? And they come back and they say, no, it's too hard. It's not worth it. They're not going to do anything about it. So we recently looked at the reports for a large area of my division and one report for the entire week. And in reality, there was a lot of other stuff going on. I would like to have the department make more of an outreach effort to let people know how the whole thing works with CompStats. If you don't make a report, you don't get a dot on a map. If you don't get dots on a map, you don't get patrol in your area as frequently as the areas that have the dots on the map. People don't seem to understand what they can do for online reporting. And then if the word got out and more people were doing it, I think you'd have a bit bigger or better picture or more accurate picture of where things are actually happening. But people get online real upset. Nobody's coming out to my house. Nobody's doing anything. And they tell everybody on social media they like all the likes and the attention it gets, but doesn't get them any police attention because you don't know about it. You can't do anything about it. So I'd really like to suggest that the department do something to put out more of a effort on letting people know how crime reporting is essential. Even if you can't solve that crime, maybe increased patrol would help you stop the next one. Also, I'd like to ask the department to look at what a lot of the officers are required to do on a day-to-day basis and ask whether or not some of these things make any sense. For example, calls go out for ambulance overdose, and an officer has to respond. Not one officer that I've talked to, up including command level, can tell me what the officers are supposed to actually do. Somebody's had an overdose, accidental or on purpose. It's sure the fire department needs to go out and take care of it, but why are you having officers go out and walk up to an ambulance and say, yep, that's too bad, the guy's unconscious. That's man hours taken away from other things that can be done. Same sort of thing when there's natural deaths. You have somebody 98 years old in a hospice, they die, and an officer has to go out and sign a report saying apparent accidental or a natural death. They're not a coroner. They're not able to do it. There's just a number of things like that that you guys do all the time because they've always been done, and I just ask to keep doing it. And one other comment just to make is that it's hard to get all the officers to get vaccinated. Well, that's unfortunately one of the prices of living in a free society where people do have choices. And then unless there's a way to go and force them to do it, people are still going to keep doing what they're able to do. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hugh Marie, followed by Hamid Khan.
Good morning. I'd like to speak on all of the items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes. Not too long ago, speaking of crime, not too long ago, my catalytic converter was stolen off of my truck. We looked at the video and saw that it was a gentleman with his wife and his 2 children. So I decided not to call the police because we don't have a restorative justice system that would have actually helped those people, right? We probably put them in jail, and that's not going to deal with the issue. We need a restorative system, right? That is why we always say reimagine public safety. Now, as it relates to the COVID situation, COVID-19, there's a lawsuit, 2,600 officers will pursue religious exemption, while 350 plan to seek medical ones. We know that it's political, right? And so my question is, since your motto is supposedly to be to protect and serve, and COVID-19 has killed over 600,000 people, including LAPD officers, how will you protect and serve the public from these officers who refuse to get vaccinated and are also anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers, anti-maskers, right? They refuse to wear masks. They refuse to take the vaccine. How will you protect the public from those officers? Secondly, we know the cause regarding the explosive. We know the cause and we know the origins. That has been thoroughly discussed at the commission. So my question is, or basically, the chief said that it was a human error or an accident due to human error. And I think the error is the disregard for the people who live in the community. That was the error. Now, as it relates to crime, overall crime, increasing, there's a new report by Third Way that digs into the numbers and concludes, contrary to the media narrative, overall crime decreased in 2020 compared to 2019, right? And that's across Democrat and Republican states, right? So we've got the historical receipts to prove that this type of rhetoric about crime by right wings that encouraged Biden to alter the 1994 crime bill, which led to the increased mass incarceration of mostly Black and brown folks, is the same thing that's happening here, and we're not going to have it. City Attorney Mike Feuer, by the way, said as it related to vaccination, it cannot be the case that the health of anyone's child, anyone's grandma, or anybody in our city could be put at risk because they come in contact with a first responder who hasn't been vaccinated. Or really, if the person is not wearing a mask, and 60, and there are officers who have died and 60 officers contracted COVID-19 last week, really, is the city attorney suddenly, all of a sudden, he's a scientist, or he's a doctor, he's an immunologist?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by P. Miller.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So just listening to Moore's report back this morning and then the questioning that followed from the commissioners, it is, once again, a reminder that the conversation is being diverted and stays stuck in the weights and measures and balance and center of gravity and 16.9 pounds or 33 pounds or 42 pounds and this, that, and the other. But in actuality, the thing remains that communities, and particularly Black and brown and indigenous and poor and migrants, they remain in this cultural context for policing 3/5 human. That whole thing has never changed. So it's very easy, and I'm reminded by Moore's comments when laser was dismantled that was an experiment. So these kind of experiments continue to happen in these communities. It's nonchalance, it's incompetence, it's the intent to cause harm, it's institutional racism, it's structural violence, you name it. I mean, it's all of the above. So here we go again, that this conversation is going to be directed back into, well, we need more training. Okay, well, you had 14 fully assigned officers to the bomb squad. Now, what kind of training do they need? Right? And here you are just going into neighborhoods and blowing the heck out of people's homes, leading to the death of 2 individuals as well out of extreme trauma. So then, which brings me back to this whole social media monitoring. So let's put that in context as well, Bonner, because you probably, I guess you have some institutional history about this as well. So when you put it all together, you have license plate readers if you're driving down the road. You have high definition cameras if you're sitting around. You have trap wire that if you're walking around. You have stingrays if you're on the phone. And now the response usually is, well, we don't have claim to privacy in public spaces and we can do whatever we want to. Now people are sitting in the privacy of their homes where they are speaking to their loved ones, to their families, to their friends, to their relatives, to the co-workers. And here we go again, that we're like, okay, you're not even safe over there. So the idea, whenever we have spoken about the stalker state, that it traces and tracks and monitors with the intent to cause harm is exactly what we are talking about. LAPD's architecture of surveillance, and I'm not even talking about Ring and Nextdoor.com and suspicious activity reporting and see something, say something, and 5,000 eyes and ears and neighborhood watch and all of the individuals that get deputized, and even all the right-wing racists and the fascists that you bring into your fold as well. So this is, we're not at all, if you think that this whole bullshit about training and more money, because this is where it's heading towards. This is another sort of a rubber stamping that this commission is going to do. This is another just accept and move and send it to the city council for taking action. This is another expansion of the Urban Area Security Initiative grants that the LAPD keep getting. So abolish LAPD, defund the police, and we got to stop this shit.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have P. Miller, followed by T.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Yes, 1, 2, and 3D.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, commissioners, the law-abiding, tax-paying community supports the LAPD. Commissioners, now that most of you have been on this board for a while, hopefully you have seen firsthand the community support for the LAPD, Chief Moore, and our senior lead officers. The community in all divisions, we know the value of community policing. That vast network of support and partnership includes Neighborhood Watch, businesses, PALs, CPABs, and individuals dropping by the stations to express their appreciation and support for officers, especially this past year. That support was actually addressed by Captain Hearn in Van Nuys. He offered a great example of those in the Russian community stopping by Van Nuys to directly thank the officers. That certainly paints a much different and more accurate picture of how we, the community, not we, the comrades, but we, the community, feel. Commissioners, you hear every meeting from those who attack and distract. And yes, between emails and public comment, 45 minutes is more than enough for public comment. The board has the community's work to do. Personal attacks and threats on all of you clearly mean you are doing your job, so stay the course and correct inaccuracies on the record. To Chief Moore, Chief would look forward in the future to a report that how the shared responsibility is working with other city agencies and nonprofits on the homeless and transient issue. The city's political leadership need facts and a reality check on what works, what does not work, the numbers of how many people are actually willing to accept shelter and resources and stay in the shelter to help turn their lives around. Are the mobile units working? Have they had any measurable success? It appears bridge houses are not filling up, but make for a good photo op. So again, we all need an honest assessment. Commissioners, community members understand the benefit of unmanned aerial systems, so long as proper protocol and provisions are under the Police Commission's guidance. Certainly when it comes to SWAT, many remember the loss of SWAT officer Randy Simmons. He was a valued LAPD member and a valued community member who, on his own personal time, as many officers do, reached out to mentor youth. And in closing, thank you to the Police Foundation, for the numerous donations, not only the expensive equipment items, but the donations to help community engagement events for youth and the promotion of safety and education throughout LA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by Blue.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, want to start with honoring and acknowledging we are an indigenous stolen land, honoring the over 640 lives that have been stolen by LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department with zero accountability. On to the chief's report. Well, I really can't wrap my head around how you miscalculate or just estimate a lethal, flammable explosives in a neighborhood. How do you estimate that and then explode it in a residential neighborhood, killing Ozzie Hutchman and Raymond Reyes? Y'all killed two people without accountability. These folks still are displaced from their neighborhood and their homes months after the explosion, and no one's been held accountable. The chief still has his job, and the people responsible for the explosion, including him, have not been held accountable. Really? This is unacceptable. Two people lost their lives, and y'all refuse to mention their names. And excuse me that I mispronounced one of the names. Secondly, y'all are getting consent items on the agenda. How are y'all getting money for frivolous things like a treadmill? And $5,000 for flyers? You know, I used to run a street promotions company, and I know damn well that 40,000 flyers don't cost $5,000. In fact, it's about $1,200 for 40,000 flyers. You can go to Next Day Flyers and look it up. Y'all continue to spend frivolous money on an exploded budget. You get $3 billion a year, yet our Black and brown communities are underserved. The same communities that you kill and terrorize, and yet no one's held accountable. Unacceptable. Fire Chief Moore. We need to abolish and defund the police. Week after week, we come onto this commission, you know, all you do is talk about more training and more money, and nothing changes. Zero changes. I'm sick and tired of coming on here and wasting my Tuesday morning talking to y'all about nothing that ever changes. And y'all are backed by a phony so-called union with association, the LAPPL, that continues to give you money on these consent items. F the LAPPL, F the LAPD, defund the police, and abolish the police.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Blue followed by Steve Rogers.
Oh, good morning. Can I be heard okay?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
If I could speak on all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. So just want to make it clear that I'm a brown woman and I do live in the city. And once again, I'll say it. We appreciate our police officers. We like our police officers in our neighborhood. No, we don't want our police officers not to be in our neighborhood. Crime and homicide has gone up in our communities due to lack of police. And 97% of us that actually live in these cities support police officers. And we appreciate them actually keeping us safe. We see it. We know LAPD is one of the most diverse police officers in the nation. They are good, honorable, hardworking people. They are not killers. They are not white supremacists. They are not racist. Anyone, again, I'll say it again, that does their homework would know that 50% of officers are Hispanic, 30% white, 9% Black, 8% Asian, and Pacific Islander. So they are diverse, and we like seeing the footbeat now. And thank you, Chief Moore. Thank you for having the officers walk the streets of Hollywood. If we could only expand that to other cities, we shake their hands, we appreciate them, and it's nice to see that we can actually go out in our neighborhoods after dark and be safe. And 45 minutes is plenty of time to call in every week and listen to the spiteful, hateful rhetoric and the personal attacks against our commissioners. Mr. Briggs, we're happy to have you. Thank you for bringing a more, fair and balanced, perspective to this commission. So we appreciate you. And, I heard that last week officers should be punished for being sick and having COVID. I think that's one of the most disgusting, pathetic things I've ever heard. So let's punish everyone that gets COVID. Let's punish the 22,000 LAUSD kids that are out with their family members that are out sick and in quarantine right now. So let's punish kids and their parents as well, right? So we don't hold this only for LAPD and punish them. It's despicable that we have to listen to this. We would appreciate if Senator Kamlager and Martinez would actually hold back on their comments, especially when it's dishonest to Senator Kamlager, who accused LAPD of going in and pulling a gun on a family and a baby. Not true. This was a wellness check requested by the hospital. And also for Miss Nuri Martinez, it's interesting how you voted to defund the police, but then again, when you're being threatened and your daughter's being threatened, you want now protesters to be 300 feet away. What about our safety? What about our rights? But it's only when it affects these council people that it's important.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, this next caller will be the last. Thank you.
Okay. Steve Rogers.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All three, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I'd like to start off by saying that America is still a free country, a constitutional republic, and all lives matter. All lives matter. I really don't like the police commission or any callers dividing people by race. That is inappropriate and it's racist. We should all be doing the best for everyone as Americans. Now, I want to point out that there was an arrest that didn't receive much attention, I believe. It was described in the newspaper as discreet. And this was of a serial sex offender by the name of Darren Merager, Merager, related to the Wee Wee Spa incident on June 23rd. I had said in weeks prior that I believe an investigation should take place and this person might be a sex offender and might have committed other crimes sex related. It turns out that I was correct. And I want to thank the law enforcement officers, detectives involved for following up on this and for bringing it to light. Now, I want to point out that the LA County Sheriff's actually had a flyer out, a crime flyer, and it said that Darren Merager was arrested on 12/30/2018 for an indecent exposure incident in which he exposed himself to women and children in the women's locker room of West Hollywood Park. Merager claims to identify as female so he can access women's locker rooms and showers. Merager is a registered sex offender and a transient. Okay, so if you have, and I'm sure many of you do, of the male commissioners and the chief and others, if you have a mother or a sister or a wife that goes into a spa and wants to enjoy the spa, is it okay for a person with male genitalia to be in that place? There are felony counts that have been filed. I'd like to see what the follow-up is on that from the DA's office, Gascon. I don't have any confidence in him and he should be recalled. But is there going to be a filing? The other thing is, because we have to do follow-ups, okay? The system has to work. And with Larry Elder attacked in Venice by a woman wearing a gorilla mask, I don't know what that was about. Was that a hate crime or not? But it was a crime. Where were the police there when a major candidate is walking, trying to interact and observe the community there and find out what's going on? He has a right to be there and he has a right not to be attacked and his people that were with him. An egg was thrown. Where's the arrest on that? Where were the police on that? These things have to be followed up on, and I hope that LAPD makes an arrest on that case and that person's identified, but they should have been there to protect Larry Elder. Recall Gavin Newsom. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that ends public comment. Thank you very much. We will now turn to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Do any of the commissioners want to discuss any of the items under item 3? Seeing none, I will move forward all of the items under the consent agenda and ask for an aye from the commissioners. Well, first of all, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Silberoff. The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All the items carry. Thank you. We will now turn to item 4 on the regular agenda items. And the first item is 4A, the department's report on alleged bias policing. Madam Secretary, can you bring forth Deputy Chief Kunis, Commander Norquist, and Sergeant?
Okay, good morning, commissioners.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Deputy Chief from Kunis. I oversee Professional Standards Bureau, and I'll be starting off the conversation this morning. So good morning, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. Teefank, and members of the public. Professional Standards Bureau is pleased to provide you with today's verbal update on bias policing complaints within the department. In the past, I know we have provided statistics on the total number of allegations for bias policing and their corresponding adjudications. Today, I'm happy to have my staff share significantly more color on the factors underlining the complaints themselves, including the context in which they were evaluated and mediated. For the adjudications, and as Sergeant Talley will discuss, a thorough review each bias policing complaint received often resulted in the department adding misconduct allegations. These department frame allegations include factors like discourtesy, which in several instances have been the reason for the entire negative perception of the encounter. Additionally, we will share an update on our efforts to offer mediation for bias policing complaints, a process that my staff has worked extremely hard to continue and grow throughout the challenges posed by this pandemic. I have also asked Shofin Roberts from the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office to join us today. Mr. Roberts is the director for the City Attorney's Dispute Resolution Program and coordinates the Community Police Unification Program. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Commander Timothy Norquist to talk in greater depth on bias policing complaint. We have heard the community's request for greater transparency on these, and we will be able to demystify the end-to-end process for everyone today. Commander Norquist.
Good morning, Honorable Police Commissioners, Mr. Teefank, Chief Moore, Mr. Inspector General, and members of the public. As the Assistant Commanding Officer of Professional Standards Bureau, I am the final review of all bias policing complaints. The department's bias policing mediation efforts are also facilitated out of my office. The LAPD prohibits bias policing. All law enforcement contacts and activities, including calls for service, investigations, police-initiated stops or detentions, as well as the activities following stops or detentions, shall be unbiased and based on legitimate articulable facts consistent with the standards of reasonable suspicion or probable cause. Here's a brief summary of the investigative process. When someone makes a complaint of bias policing, officers are required to request a supervisor. A supervisor will conduct a preliminary investigation. If the complainant is eligible, and the complainant and officer both agree, the complainant will be referred to the city attorney's office for mediation. Otherwise, the complaint will be investigated by Internal Affairs. The completed investigation is reviewed by the commanding officer of Internal Affairs and sent to the commanding officer of the accused employee for a recommendation of adjudication. That recommendation is reviewed by the Review and Evaluation section of Internal Affairs to ensure that all bias policing protocols were followed. I then conduct a final review. If there are any recommendations for sustained allegations, those are presented to the Chief of Police to determine if discipline will be imposed. I will now provide you with a statistical analysis of bias policing complaints for the first 6 months of this year and provide a comparison to 2019 and 2020. New complaints of all types are about the same as they were midway through both 2019 and 2020. However, new bias policing complaints are up. From January to June, we have received 342 new bias policing complaints. That's an average of 57 new BP complaints per month, compared to an average of 35 per month for both 2019 and 2020. This increase is likely due to an increase in concerns about law enforcement actions nationwide. It's also due in part to some social media publishers who make BP complaints after either observing the police interaction in person or by watching a video of a police encounter on social media. For example, one social media publisher alone has made 55 new complaints so far this year. From January to June of this year, we have completed and closed 374 bias policing investigations. Of those, 82% were unfounded, 9% mediated, 4% demonstrably false, 4% insufficient evidence to adjudicate, and none were sustained. These percentages are all consistent with both 2019 and 2020. The difficulty with bias policing investigations is that when bias policing does occur, it's likely to be hidden in the officer's beliefs rather than in overt action. Although we have not sustained any BP allegations, I think it's important to understand that with each bias policing complaint, there are also additional associated BP allegations for actions which are overt. And some of those associated BP allegations have been sustained. Some of these associated BP allegations were made by the public and some were added by the investigator. In the first half of this year, in addition to the 720 BP allegations, there have been an additional 974 associated BP allegations, of which 29 were sustained and 36 actions could have been different. 207 of those associated allegations involved neglect of duty, 14 sustained, 17 actions could have been different. Discourtesy, 160 allegations, 9 sustained, 3 actions could have been different. Unbecoming conduct, 227 allegations, 3 actions could have been different. Unauthorized force, 158 allegations, 1 sustained. Body-worn video violations, 15 allegations, 4 sustained, and 6 actions could have been different. Looking further at these statistics, what type of initial police contact is involved in most BP complaints? 64% are a result of officer-initiated activities. That's 50% from a traffic stop and 14% from a pedestrian stop. 24% are from a radio call. 12% from some other form of police contact. What type of police action is involved in most BP complaints? 61% allege the bias action was the initial detention. 9% alleged the officer was discourteous. 6% alleged biased arrest. Refused police service, 6%. Searched, 1%. Objectionable remark, 1%. Handcuffed, 1%. Impounded vehicle, 1%. Who initiates most of the BP complaints? 94% have been initiated by the offended person, 5% by an uninvolved third party. What type of bias is alleged? 92% alleged bias based on race, 2% based on gender, and less than 6% for all other protected classes combined. How many BP complaints were adjudicated in part based on body-worn video or digital in-car video? 90%. That's 77% by body-worn video and 13% by digital in-car video. What was the gender and race breakdown of the BP complainants? 67% were Black. That breaks down to 52% Black males and 15% Black females. 20% Hispanic, 13% Hispanic males, 7% Hispanic females. 4% were white, 2% white males, and 2% white females. Now, what was the gender and race breakdown of the officers accused of bias policing? 50% were Hispanic officers. That's 43% Hispanic males and 7% Hispanic females. 26% were white officers, 23% white males, 3% white females. 10% were male Asian officers. None were Asian females. 6% were male Black officers. None were female Black officers. And at this point, I want to point out that each of these race breakdowns of the accused officers are within 3 percentage points of the department's racial breakdown as well. So in other words, when I said 50% of the accused officers are Hispanic officers, 51% of the department's officers are Hispanic officers. And that correlates to each of those percentages within 3%. Are the officers accused of bias policing veteran officers or newer officers? Our newer officers account for a higher percentage of BP complaints. 26% of our patrol officers have less than 4 years of service, but they account for 37% of BP complaints. What is the gender and race breakdown of the internal affairs investigators? 45% are Hispanic, 32% Hispanic males, 13% Hispanic females. 35% are white, 24% white males, 11% white females. 13% are Black, 8% Black males, 5% Black females, including the commanding officer of internal affairs, who is a Black female. 7% are Asian males, including the assistant commanding officer of internal affairs, who is an Asian male. Do BP complainants cooperate with the investigation? 84% were cooperative. 13% could not be found by the investigator or did not respond. 8% refused to cooperate. Looking at mediation now. Not all BP complaints are eligible for mediation, and we'll talk more about this in detail in a moment. But in the first half of this year, 53 or 14% of BP complaints have been eligible for mediation. That rate of eligibility is up compared to the last 2 years. What this means is that less of the new BP complainants are related to arrest, unauthorized force, ethnic remarks, or other serious misconduct, which would make that complaint ineligible for mediation. And we'll go into that further in a moment. Are BP mediations up or down? In the first half of this year, we've completed 27 BP mediations. That's an average of about 4.5 per month. This is down slightly compared to 2020, when our average was 6 per month. But it's the same average as 2019. 4.5 was the same average in 2019. For BP complaints that were eligible for mediation, how many of the involved officers and complainants declined to participate? Almost half, 47% of the BP complainants who were offered mediation declined to participate. This is a significant decrease in participation compared to only 20% declining for all of 2020. As far as the accused officers, 28% who were offered mediation declined to participate. This is also a decrease in participation by officers compared to only 14% declining for all of 2020. Allow me now to introduce our bias policing complaint coordinator, Sergeant Rhiannon Talley, who will be providing some additional information and analysis. And I want to personally thank Sergeant Talley for her dedication to our effort to ensure that we are thoroughly investigating these complaints, and also to her dedication to our effort to build trust and understanding between police officers and members of the community through programs such as mediation. Sergeant Talley.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the Commission for the opportunity to share with you and the community our efforts surrounding bias policing. We are constantly evaluating our procedures, looking for new ways to approach these investigations. Our goal is to find ways to develop procedures that result in fair, consistent decisions free from bias. And the legitimacy of our process determines the level of trust our community has in us. And it's important that our community at large sees us as fair, transparent, and impartial. We believe it's important to provide our valued community members as much information as we can about this process and the complaints that we review and receive. With that said, in terms of bias policing options for our community members, we provide the ACR process now as an option, the alternative complaint resolution process, and the mediation process. Both of those processes empower the community members to have a voice and to be heard in a safe, confidential, neutral space. Additionally, we're also working to change reply letters we send to the complainants and provide more information about the investigations and the outcome. Going back to the mediation program, which is my personal wheelhouse, I'd like to share some specifics about the process, some recent hurdles, and some successes. About 10% of our bias policing cases are closed through mediation. So I'd like to discuss what qualifies for mediation. If there is an arrest, if there is a use of force, if there is a serious allegation such as sexual assault, theft, property damage, those complaints do not qualify for mediation or the ACR process, the alternative complaint resolution process. If the complainant or the officer has a significant number of prior complaints for the same issues, that also does not qualify for the mediation process, with some exceptions. So in a prior meeting with Commissioner Decker and some of her advisory committee members, they discussed making a few exceptions to maybe incorporate more if there was maybe an arrest, but it's maybe a third party complainant to the arrest. Perhaps that's an example of something that could qualify under an exception. In 2020, 13% of employees and 19% of complainants declined mediation. And as my commander mentioned before, we've seen an increase. So in 2021, we had 28% of our employees and 47% of our complainants declined mediation. This is an area of serious concern for us. I believe there are a lot of benefits to mediation, I think, and I'd like to see an increase when looking at it. We're trying to figure out what exactly might be causing this. I think in terms of our employees, and I'll have my counterpart, Schaffen Roberts from the City Attorney's Office, discuss why he believes we might see a decrease in our community members agreeing to participate. But I think for our officers, when I discuss this with them and offer them mediation and they decline, a lot of them feel like that when they are engaged in police work, especially proactive police work, that and they get these complaints of bias, that it's a hit to their morale. And they're feeling like that it's more of a personal attack, being accused of a bias, one of the targeting people, targeting community members, and they'd like to see it go through the investigation process. They believe that their body-worn video will show that the allegations are unfounded. With that said, our efforts when I speak to the officers, my discussions with them are that the benefits of having that conversation with the community members who feel that way are powerful, that they will learn from the community, they'll learn what the community expects from them, maybe something small that they did in their communication or lack of communication, maybe they seem rushed. There could be a lot of factors and things that the officer can improve on in their contact with the community member. Before I turn it over to Shafin, I just want to back up a little bit and I want to talk exactly about I think most of you know what the mediation program is, but I just want to back up and talk a little bit about what the difference is between mediation and the ACR process. So the mediation process is mediators from the city attorney's office facilitate a confidential conversation between our employees and the community member. The community member is the complainant. Those conversations right now are being held via Zoom. Typically, they've been done face-to-face, but because of COVID, we've been holding them via Zoom. At first, we were unsure if it would really have the impact that we wanted it to, if we would really be able to connect well with people over Zoom. And what we found is that the convenience of Zoom has made it a good option for our community members and our employees alike, and that they're still having meaningful, engaging conversations. Once the conversation is over, once they've had their sharing of perspectives, the ultimate goal is that they reach some level of mutual understanding, even if they walk away and agree to disagree. The mediators are highly trained, as my partner will go into the type of training that the mediators go through, and that they're monitored, and participants take evaluations afterwards, and that we read those evaluations and we modify our program based upon the comments that participants make regarding regarding the mediation session. The ACR, the Alternative Complete Resolution, differs in that it can be done immediately and it's facilitated by a department supervisor. So what happens is when a community member wants to make a complaint of bias, if it qualifies for either ACR or mediation, the supervisor speaking to the community member will offer both of those options. And sometimes for the community member, they feel like the ACR is the better process for them because they can immediately have that conversation and take care of it then and there. Whereas in a mediation program, the complaint comes to me, I review it, I send it to the city attorney's office, who contacts the complainant and offers them mediation and discusses the program with them. So often mediation sessions are held weeks after the complaint was initially made. So to bring that immediate resolution to the community member, we provide both options, the ACR or the mediation program. In this way, the community member feels empowered because they have a voice, they have an opportunity to speak to the employee that they felt wronged them or didn't treat them fairly or properly. And it's a good learning opportunity for our employees to hear from the community member themselves. I'll turn it over to Shafin to discuss some of the things, the mediation training, the reason that he feels that the community members are less inclined to agree to participate, and some other things.
Yeah, hello commissioners, and thank you for creating this space for us to talk about the program. I think it's an incredibly powerful program, and we just needed to be doing more, I think, to engage the community to come to the table with law enforcement to have these important conversations. Yeah, so regarding the training, as Officer Talley was referring to, our mediators are highly trained. There's a 40-hour training. So just so that you know, in the state of California, to become a mediator, the state requires 25 hours. We offer 40. We actually require 40 hours of training, which is way more than it's called the Dispute Resolution Programs Act. So way more than the DERPA minimum. So our mediators are highly trained. They come from a professional background already. So these are people that are already professionals in their field, top of their game typically, and they just have time to come and they want to give back in some meaningful way. And so they come and we train them as mediators, and we have a specific focus not just on basic mediation, the kind of the added components really do speak to the what we call the community police unification program, our mediations that we're talking about here right now. And so when they graduate that program, they spend time in our community program. These are different mediations. These are mediations that are from the community that call us. It could be barking dogs, neighbor to neighbor disputes, anything of that nature. We do everything except for child custody. And they spend time doing that work. And the ones that we see are adept at mediation in general, we invite them into the CPU mediation to be a CPU mediator. And even from there, they then have to shadow, and we observe them, we watch them to make sure they have the skill set necessary. There's a lot of soft skills involved in being successful in these kinds of mediations. And so we have anywhere from like typically 15 to 20 active mediators. We have a bit less because of COVID and our ability to actually conduct training. So that's been interesting for us, kind of a pressure for us. There's also, we also think that, well, I also believe that we could do better with our diversity in terms of our mediators that we have. If you think about it, our mediators are volunteer based, they don't get paid. And so people that can afford to volunteer oftentimes don't look like me, bottom line. And so we need to be doing something different to attract the diversity that reflects the city that we serve. But let's talk about the decreasing numbers. I think there's, and this is, this is all conjecture, right? Because we don't really know. But there's a number of reasons why complaints, could be the complainants are not accepting mediation. We've recently had a few that that refused to sign the agreements that kind of bind the mediation process. And so could be a part of it. I asked his name is Jack Kajian, he's on right now, to build a list for me of why people are not accepting mediation. And of the list that he put together, there's like 9 items. More than half are, I think, based around trust. Quite frankly, I think if you think about the climate that we're in, regarding, post George Floyd, and this is not unique to LAPD. This is, I've talked to North Carolina. I'm working with Portland. This is an issue nationwide, as we all know. And I think people they want change, and they're more interested in seeing that happen. But I think they have a lack of trust in the process, and that change will occur via this process. And so I think that's what's happening. I think you couple that with the greater levels of stress and emotional fatigue from COVID. You have folks that are spent and they're tired, and they're just not trying to, sit down and have a conversation across the table. When we get people to the table, beautiful things can happen. Understanding can deepen. I mean, it's a powerful thing. I think at the end of the day, if you think about it, the folks that have complained, I mean, I'm not talking about the ones that, people are saying they're complaining to Target or whatever, but for the most part, I believe people that are complaining, they're complaining because they had an experience that they're not satisfied with, and that was painful for them in some way. And people just want their pain to have meaning. That's it. And so the question is, will this process give their pain meaning or not? And so I think, to mitigate that lack of trust, I believe that we could do some things like, celebrate the lessons that we're learning, in mediation. We sit down, we have conversations. A lot of great things come out of that. Hey, maybe that you did this, or you said this in a particular way, your tone or your body or your approach, things that are really intangible. They're hard to really measure, but hearing that, I hope and I believe, will make that officer a better officer. And I think it can make the department a better department. When we think about, like actually what you have in our mediations is essentially like a mini focus group. You're talking to your client and they're telling you how they need to feel safe, seen, and valued in that particular interaction. And I believe that, one goal that we should have here, when I say we, I believe that the department, it could become a learning organization, which just means that, you're skilled at building, acquiring, and transferring knowledge, and then changing behavior to reflect what's learned. And what we're learning is we're having conversations with the community, one-on-one, or sometimes more than that. But it's a really rich environment for learning to occur. So I think those are some things that could be happening. Obviously, we have to do some sort of analysis, deeper analysis, some regression modeling to figure out what's actually happening. But this is in my assessment, it's a confluence of a few factors. I think there's ways to mitigate that. Again, if you celebrate the wins, you celebrate the hey, we're learning, we've heard you, and this is what we're doing. I think if we do more of that, I think more people will actually want to participate in this kind of process because people are looking for ways to affect change. And they're doing it the only way they know how, which is like taking to the streets or whatever they're doing. But this is a meaningful way to do it, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Thank you, Deputy Chief Rimkunis, Commander Norquist, Sergeant Talley. Before I open it up to my other commissioners, I'd like to ask a couple of questions. First, Commander Norquist, you appear to have been reading those statistics. If not, I'm deeply impressed with your ability to recall all of those statistics. And if you were in fact reading them, I would ask that you circulate those statistics to the commissioners themselves, because I would like to do a deeper dive into them. And my ability to keep up with you and throwing out those statistics was not as good as I'd like. But I did capture some of the numbers. And the numbers that I did capture were that 82% of the complaints of biased policing have been determined to be unfounded. I got to tell you, that is a startling number. There's a disconnect with what is going on in the community and the community's perception of, hey, we set out this complaint and now it's unfounded, so there is no justice. I'm saying that's perception, not reality, when we have a number like that. And so I need to do a deeper dive into what that number really means, because if I heard the numbers correctly, of the 82% of that's unfounded, at least 64% of those complaints, BP complaints, were officer-initiated contacts, if I am correct, or if I wrote things down correctly. And that type of contact obviously involves someone who was saying, hey, wait a minute, you stopped me because of my color. And at least 67% of the time, it was a Black person who was saying, you stopped me because I'm Black. Am I reading, or do I understand the statistics that you were providing us to mean just what I've explained, or am I off? I could be off statistically, but is that the gist of it?
Yes, sir, it is. The only thing that I would want to make sure that people understand is that when we talk about 82% of bias policing allegations being unfounded, when we're conducting analysis of statistics related to complaints, one complaint, like one bias policing complaint, has several different allegations. So when we say that 82% were unfounded, that doesn't mean that 82% of all bias policing complaints were completely unfounded. It just means that the specific allegation of bias was unfounded. But when I talked about the statistics for associated BP allegations, some of those have been sustained. So I just want to make sure that it's understood that of all the bias policing complaints, there are several that have been sustained as part of that complaint as a whole.
I appreciate that clarification, Commander, because where I was going with this, if I'm understanding the facts that you presented today correctly, just taking the scenario of the 61% initiated by an officer who stops someone and then that person ultimately complains, I would imagine that contact between the officer and the public, the member who subsequently alleged biased policing, that the contact itself would have been captured on body-worn video. Is that correct?
Yes, almost all of the time. However, there were 15 allegations of body worn video deviation. So there may have been some of those instances where maybe the body worn video was activated late or was not activated. And 4 of those were sustained, 6 actions could have been different. So those numbers are very small. So the number of those police interactions that were captured on body worn video is extremely high.
And someone then reviews the body worn video to determine whether or not what the BP complainant said in fact occurred and is visible or evident on the body worn video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did any of the complaints involve the tone of the officer, whether or not the officer was rude, and that the individual attributes to their race, which resulted in this BP complaint?
Yes, sir. We had 160 allegations of what we call discourtesy, being rude. And of those 160 allegations, the chief of police sustained 9 and found 3 to be actions could have been different.
So of those where rudeness was alleged, tonality was alleged. I don't know if you're aware of this, but recently, a couple of months ago, there was a huge article on Los Angeles Times about studies done out of Michigan, I believe, and an earlier study done by some professors at Stanford and out of the Oakland Police Department, where it was alleged that there was biased policing, particularly with regard to the tone that officers took with Black people who were stopped by the police versus others. So in that type of an analysis, when you're reviewing the body-worn video, are you looking at whether or not the tone that an officer uses with a Black motorist or Black pedestrian who's been stopped is in fact different from how that officer interacts with others? Or is that part of the analysis?
Yes, sir. I believe that it is, because as a commanding officer is providing a recommendation for the adjudication of each of these allegations. So every time there's an allegation of discourtesy, and that could include the tone, that commanding officer will review that body-worn video, will review all of the circumstances, listening both to the words that are said, but also to the tone. And I'm confident that commanding officers, if they determine that a tone is inappropriate, that they would provide a recommendation for that to be sustained.
You know, Commissioner Briggs, if I can just add real quick, Mike Curtis, you know, in our ongoing efforts, you know, in regards to procedural justice, this has been an ongoing conversation, not just with our officers, but with command staff, and the pursuit of treating people with respect, giving folks a voice and listening. The initial contact, we believe, you know, determines, you know, the biased policing complaints. And it does start off, you know, from my review, if we have an officer that walks up to an individual motorist that they may have stopped for whatever reason, that can start a bad conversation, a rudeness, tone, as you mentioned, can sort of dictate the next several layers, you know, to create these biased policing complaints, because people do feel that they were stopped because of race X. So we are ongoing in our pursuit of the review, and I'm sure Sergeant Talley has some great examples of this in her mediation with folks to really confirm what we're saying. But our ongoing efforts with training division, with the new recruits, as Commander Norquist mentioned, you know, these complaints tend to be more for the officers, you know, with less than 5 years that are still new in the organization. So our ongoing efforts to teach folks the importance of treating people professionally, giving people the voice to listen in the procedural justice aspects of this, I know has been ongoing for the last several years in our pursuit of that and internally with our folks that we have working today, as we move through the different years within the organization. But I know that from my short time here at PSB is one of the things that we've identified, with the brand new officers, less than 5 years of just the initial contact, if it's not done the right way, can lead to these other outcomes that we don't like to see. So I just thought I can add that for a little context.
Thank you, Deputy Chief from Kunis. Sergeant Talley, Deputy Chief just mentioned you. Can you give us some context around that, please?
Yes, sir. I have the pleasure of and privilege of providing instruction to new supervisors in supervisor school for complaint intake. And we talk about reviewing the video and other things. I also teach for internal affairs school how to conduct a investigation for a bias policing complaint. And one of the things I talk about is when you're looking for evidence of potential issues is look at that accused employees, look at other contacts, look at other videos surrounding that contact. So for example, what you just brought up from that article, and I'm familiar with that article. Shoffin had shared it with me probably, I don't know, time all seems to lump together during COVID, maybe a year ago, maybe not quite, but Shoffin shared it with me and we had some discussion around that and shared ideas and perspectives on that article. But going back to your question, is that something I suggest is looking at the videos of that accused employee for that day. So what were their contacts like throughout the day? Who did they talk to and how did they talk to people? And is it consistent? We all have different personalities. Some of us are more pleasant than others. Some of us are more abrupt, or we all have different personalities. And so if the person is consistent throughout the day with how they talk to people, or if somebody is provoking them, do they have typical responses to people in the same sort of way, or is there something unusual about how they're talking to a certain type of person? So maybe if it's not apparent during that day, maybe look at that week, maybe look at some just random videos, pull them and look at them and see and determine what you see. So that's one of the things that I suggest that our investigators do when we're looking at how do our employees connect and discuss and talk to people of different backgrounds.
Thank you, Sergeant. At this point, I want to open it up to other commissioners if they have questions. Commissioner Soberoff.
Lou, you go ahead, Lou.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. I would love to see the data, as there was a lot of information. I would love to have time to look at it. Sergeant, you talked about the training of supervisors. Though you're talking about sergeants and lieutenants that are out in the field, or are you talking about command staff that's like, or captains?
I do supervisor school. So these are detectives and sergeant supervisors. And then also for internal affairs school, it's open to any supervisor level. So it has been lieutenants, detective threes. Captains typically don't attend that. But I do also do individual trainings at areas and divisions where I come out and talk about bias policing and the intakes and different things going on. So there are always captains present for that, but I do not and have never taught at a specific command staff school.
Okay. So it's mostly the sergeants or supervisors that are out in the field.
And yes, and detective supervisors. Yes, ma'am.
No, I was just thinking that they play such an important role in modeling behavior, or actually sometimes when there is a complaint as a result of like somebody feeling that they weren't treated professionally, sometimes a sergeant can mitigate that right on site. So I'm just wondering how much training like a sergeant or a lieutenant might have. So thank you for answering that. The other question I have is on the data. The officer initiated stops. I'm sure you have this somewhere, but what are the stops for?
that have led to complaints? And then also, what is a comparison across the city? Does that make sense? And maybe this is for Commander Norquist or Deputy Chief Roncones. Does my question make sense?
Yes, I'm not sure that I'm able to answer that in more detail based on the analysis that we conducted for this presentation. As you mentioned, 64% are officer initiated activities. 50% of that is from traffic stops, 14% from pedestrian stops. But I don't have a breakdown of what was the reason for those traffic stops at
And
this
are you talking traffic stops by traffic division, or is this just patrol?
all officers. That could be traffic division, metropolitan division, patrol officers, all officers.
Can you provide us that data? The data of, okay, because I think that is, for me, the missing piece, right? Like, why are they stopped and how does this compare to other parts of the city?
Can I jump in, sir? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, so a lot of the data that we collected for this oral presentation, we do not have a system that what's the word I'm looking for, that we document this in. So our complaint management system is, we have certain amounts of information that we enter. For example, the allegation type, and then what the disposition was. But we don't keep track anywhere of details such as the specific stop, like it was a red light violation, or it was a ped stop for suspicious drug activity or things like that. We don't have a database that keeps track of those types of specific things. And even for the information that we gathered here, just potential questions that you guys might have, and also things that you've brought up in the past, like I even have the numbers, Commissioner Calanche, that you asked before about the age group of who makes these complaints. We had a conversation prior, and we made sure to gather that information in case you wanted to follow up on that. But we actually did a hand search. And when I say me, not myself, two other, Sergeant Cedre and Detective Haskins did a hand search of over 800 cases, which was quite laborious and quite extensive to just potentially address any issues or questions you had. We are in the process of updating CMS, our complaint management system, so that at intake and also at closeout, we can capture more information. And perhaps that's something that in the future, your suggestion that we could have them add, maybe something more specific about the type of stop, but we don't have that information. And in order to get it for you, it would require an additional hand search of, like I said, over 800 cases.
Okay, got it. But there's an opportunity to add certain types of information to each complaint. Is that what you're saying, that there's an opportunity possibly to amend the database or the data collection tool?
Yes, ma'am, there is. And so it would be in the narrative of the complaint investigation, what you're asking for, but it's not captured in any database where we could do a query, pull it up and just have it readily available.
I just think it's so important that we're able to analyze whether certain stops are more likely to happen in certain neighborhoods. I think it makes a huge difference to have a better assessment of who we're stopping, right? So if there's more stops for not stopping at a stop sign in certain neighborhoods, I would kind of think like, why are we continually stopping more people for stop sign violations in certain neighborhoods versus other neighborhoods? So I think
Commissioner, if I could add to this, this goes to the RIPA data, the Racial Identity Profiling Act, the dashboards that we're currently developing at an area level and bureau level, that really goes to the underlying, what was the purpose of the stop, the outcome of the stop, that type of information. The bias policing complaints that stem from the tens of thousands of stops is a much smaller subset. But I think if we go back to what Commander Flores and Captain Ramos is doing in the development of that dashboard, and so that we can ask those types of questions and see, why are people being stopped in, say, Newton Division underlying reason as compared to Southwest or as compared to West LA, and what are the differences in those neighborhoods as to traffic collision rates or pedestrian deaths and so forth that may be influencing that those enforcement postures, or there's not such a readily available theory. So, but that's, I think, an area that for OCPP can come and better address.
Okay, perfect. But I think there needs to be some sort of marriage between the collection of that data and the collection of the data that we're talking about right now, because there might be a correlation.
Yes, right? We agree. We think the subset of these bias policing complaints offer insight in the larger context of the overall stop practices of or detentions of the organization. It's an area that is still, that's one of the strategic plan efforts of the diversity, equity, inclusion plan is the development of at an area level. We have that information now, but it's aggregate for the entire city, which I think masks the individuality that what you're looking for and what we are as well.
Okay. I think that sort of answers my question, and I look forward to seeing how these two can be connected. But thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Kalante. Commissioner Soboroff.
Sure. One of the original, probably the most important variable in bringing in body cameras to departments before us and now everybody is to protect people on both sides of the camera. And I can't imagine a more valuable tool than for the officer and for the public and for the department in these types of complaints. The information that you bring up, Sergeant Talley, is beyond what I ever thought. I think it's very interesting. The idea that you could see, well, if an officer has a situation, in one case, is that the way the officer acts all the time, or is it just did the officer, he or she, have a bad day, or is this a pattern in practice? And the same thing would be, and this is my question, is let's just take traffic stops. Do you know how many traffic stops were in this study? You said it was about 50% of the complaints were traffic stops.
Yes.
And so that
yes,
number would be what?
185 traffic stops.
Okay, and out of the 185 traffic stops, how many times did the officers not have? Because that's just a slam dunk as far as body cameras goes. I mean, if the officer has a body camera on, you hear what the interaction is. You see from both sides. How many times do we know of the 185? How many times that there weren't body cameras used? They were off in violation, obviously.
Well, I don't know how many specifically of traffic stops only, but I do know that there were 237 total police contacts. And of those 237 police contacts, 9 were sustained for body-worn vehicle. I'm sorry, 4 were sustained for body-worn video violations. So 4 out of the 237.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because also you can find if there's a pattern in practice of those officers, specific officers, of not having their body cameras on during traffic stops, or not having their, which is an issue. I think that the other goal or positive that comes out of the use of body cameras in all situations, but in these situations, especially, is people act differently when they know they're being filmed. And the idea for an officer to protect themselves and for the public to also benefit, people say different things on both sides of the cameras. And so I think it's just imperative, again, that the use of these body cameras does nothing but provide a wonderful lens with which we can view each one of these situations to get to the root of them, and appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff.
Sure.
Commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Bonner, I saw your mic open. Oh, Commissioner.
Happy to defer to Commissioner Decker if she wants to jump in. Okay. I've got, a few questions for the department, and then probably a couple for the city attorney's office if they're still with us. First, for the department, one just very broad question is what is the kind of the origin of what I'm going to refer to as the current framework? In other words, with the framework being there's a system to accept and review complaints for bias policing. Was that an outgrowth of the 2015 Presidential Commission on Constitutional Policing, or was it a different history? What was the origin of the current framework?
I'm not certain on when the first time was that we established bias policing protocols. My speculation is it was around 2001, but I may be wrong on that.
Okay, and then in terms of the standard, when these complaints are being reviewed, I know at least if you were looking and there's a number of different statutes and things that and constitutional provisions that may be the basis for an individual lawsuit alleging bias policing. It could be Fourth Amendment, could be the 14th Amendment, Title VI, a bunch of different provisions, and many of them have different standards of review as well. And one of them, I believe, I don't know all the ins and outs of all of them, but in at least one case, the review of the standard is an objective standard. So you're not really evaluating the individual motivations of the individual officer. You're looking more objectively at the entire situation or circumstances to determine whether there were other legitimate reasons for a stop or for what occurred. What is the standard that applies here? I know we've talked before about preponderance of the evidence in terms of looking at everything to determine whether the allegations are supported by the evidence. But are you looking, at the mindset of the individual officers, or are you looking at the entire situation and making it more objective, or what is labeled at least as a more objective standard?
The standard that we use for bias policing complaints is the same standard that we use for all complaints. And as you mentioned, that is preponderance of evidence. And then the adjudicator who provides a recommendation to the chief of police is expected to review the totality of the circumstances. So everything related to that to determine whether there's a recommendation that standard of preponderance evidence has been achieved. And that's the recommendations that's provided to the chief of police, who makes that final determination.
Commissioner Briggs, is Mike from Kunis, or Sergeant Talley, if you can maybe just walk Commissioner Bonner through when we have a bias policing complaint that comes through, and maybe that'll shed a little light on the process that he's asking for.
And let me say, I think I've recall much of that process, but what the part of it that's unclear to me again is when you have all the multiple levels of review, are you really concentrated either primarily or exclusively on, again, the mindset and behavior of the individual officer, or are you looking at a totality of circumstances situation that where the mindset is only one element of it?
Well, I believe that when you're talking about the totality of the circumstances, that's what I refer to as associated allegations. So when someone believes that they were stopped due to bias by the officer, we're not only looking at whether or not that stop was based on probable cause or reasonable suspicion, but we're looking at all of the elements of that interaction, the communication, the decisions to detain someone as opposed to just doing the traffic stop, to pull to get them out of the vehicle and have them stand by the curb, or to handcuff them. So the totality of the interaction is being evaluated in these investigations.
Okay, I'll come back to that in just one second, but you also mentioned the level of complainant participation in the review. What does that participation include? It's my understanding, like, they don't have a role in fact finding, right, in terms of questioning or cross-examining or doing any of that nature. What does complainant participation include?
When I refer to complainant participation, I'm talking about speaking to an investigator. So once an initial bias policing complaint is made, typically at the scene, or sometimes that can be after the fact if they call the station or mail in a letter or send us an email, however that's initiated, then we will contact that complainant with whatever phone number, email, however they would like us to contact them. If they provide an address, we'll mail a letter. We'll even go to their house and door knock if that's the only way we can try to get a hold of them. And then when the statistics that I referred to of not cooperating, that's when the person says, I'm not going to answer any questions. I'm not going to provide any more information. I've already said all that I want to say. That's what we are considering as not cooperating.
And when they do cooperate or participate, which sounds to me like primarily that's in the providing information or that may be requested in the course of an investigation. And is that if they participate at that level, is their role spent at that point? In other words, after the additional review, commanders and all through the chain of command, and there's either a determination made or it's about to get there. My understanding that the complainant doesn't have any other opportunity to get their letter and then respond further from there versus getting a letter that announces the outcome. Again, so the question is that once they provide information, if I'm making a complaint, I provide information and respond. Is that it? Or once I get the letter that explains the determination, do I have any other opportunity either at that time or before then to say, well, did you look at this or look at that, or hey, you didn't consider this, or hey, I still saw this differently?
No, they do not. They're not given the opportunity to review the investigation, and that's because those investigations are confidential per California state law. So they only receive what we call the reply letter, which explains the way the complaint was adjudicated.
Got it. Okay. And then a question about the body worn video and the impact and how helpful that is. And I'm sure it's very helpful in many situations. But one of the questions that still concerns me, of course, is that that in various contexts, we talk about the fact that the body worn doesn't always show you exactly what happens before or after the camera is on, right? So in a situation where someone may be either talking amongst themselves in a patrol car or doing something, whatever the situation is before the camera comes on, that's what I'm saying is what you're reviewing, I understand, is the evidence that's provided once the camera is on. The person, you're evaluating how the person is interacting with the public, and are they courteous, are they professional, are they stating why they're being stopped. But it doesn't really tell you what was going on in the mind of the officer before that encounter, right? That's how do you evaluate that part of it? And that maybe the 2-minute buffer, if they're having a conversation or something, maybe some of that's picked up. But just generally speaking, I mean, how do you capture? I don't want an over reliance on the body worn for the reason I'm suggesting that it tells you, as Commissioner Soboroff just explained to us, that people are sometimes different on camera than they aren't, whether it's the officer or the complainant. But again, doesn't really tell us what was going on leading up to the stop or the pedestrian or the traffic stop.
Well, Commissioner Bonner, just to be clear, so when the officers initiate contact with a member of the public, there is, as you know, a 2-minute buffer, but that's video only. And so there's no audio recording until the officer actually presses a button and activates the recording. And so that typically is when the contact is initiated. So by far, most of these stops and police actions, there is a 2-minute video only buffer, but there is no buffer of the audio until they actually press the button. And so we're not able to evaluate what was said by the officers leading up to the contact, if I'm answering your question correctly.
Yeah, I think
Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, sir.
If I could just add, because these are complex investigations, and and it is hard to try to determine what someone is thinking, right? We're talking about body worn video. You have the 2-minute buffer, all things in place to try to capture actions prior to a contact. And then you have the audio when the contact is made. But built into the bias policing investigation, there are specific questions that an employee is asked when they are accused of bias policing. There's specific 10 questions. I can send you the questions, but they're very detailed questions in which the employee needs to articulate the reason for the stop, needs to be able to describe the actions taken prior to, during, and after. And I believe the questions were built upon trying to understand the thought process and the reasoning for that specific stop. So that is built into every bias policing investigation. And they are specific as they are for the complainant to explain why they believe they were stopped as well. It just can't be just arbitrary, he stopped me because we need to know specifics of what that stop was about, what is causing or making people believe, from the complainant side, the reasons for the stop, and then the officer to be able to articulate as such and to see if everything matches up based on the body worn video, based on the contact, based on the audio that could be heard, or adjacent videos from the surrounding area where the contact was made, to put all that together to really see what actually took place the best we can. And so that's maybe a little bit more, addition to what we're doing with the bias policing complaints, to really address the questions that you have, because it is challenging and very difficult to get into the mind of an individual. But those are some of the things that we try to do to enhance the investigation.
No, I appreciate that. And I just, before I get to the other questions, I'll wrap up this part of it by just observing again. I think I've stated before that part of my, this was in prior discussions of the sheer number of complaints on the one hand, and the number of, or the lack of any, substantiation. One reason for me that I think that it's, comes out that way, and for a long time likely will, is for this reason that, as long as there's other legitimate non-discriminatory reasons for conducting a stop, that's likely to carry the day in terms of the determination as to whether there was anything else going on. And I'm not impugning, the intent or motivations. I'm simply observing that these cases are very difficult to prove, even in a litigation context where you have direct and circumstantial evidence and lawyers cross-examining and all of those kinds of things. And they're very difficult to get to the bottom of, even in that context. So this is my question of the framework. I'm just pointing out that the framework itself, I think, overpromises what we're able to really determine in this area. Because it creates that impression from the public that, hey, if you think you've been wrong, submit this complaint and things will happen. And there's elements of that, but there's a lot of limitations on it as well, is what I'm referring to. Now, I wanted to also, in the switching a little bit to the mediation part of it, that there was a discussion about the reduced number of officers, well, both, I think, for the officers and the public, there was a reduction in those who were willing to participate. And I think one of the reasons that was explained for some of the officers is the wanting to have a more formal investigation in order to vindicate themselves and the concern that they have and the impact on morale when these accusations are made. Is there does the department offer any kind of support or other process for, say if I'm an officer and I'm one of these complaints is made against me, I can imagine, the feelings that were described. Is there some avenue or vehicle that I have to talk with someone about that and, vent the frustration, tell my side of it, just kind of work my way through it so that you come out of it, hopefully, with a better mindset than you might have gone into it?
Well, I end up being a sounding board for that often, but formally, it's tough because the employee is accused of misconduct, and so they're limited in who they can talk to about it, and for the purposes and for what purposes. Of course, I mean, if it's something that's extremely, impacting their ability to perform their job properly, the department offers BSS services, behavioral science section. So if you're having just job issues with morale in general, speaking to some of the doctors over there, and I don't think it's particularly related to complaints. I just think it's overall that behavioral science section has seen a huge increase in the number of people going to see them to just have discussions. But in terms of, if somebody feels like they want to vent about something to a supervisor or something, because it's a complaint investigation, they're limited. So they can talk to me about it when I'm offering them the mediation, and they want to talk about it, they want to vent, they want to ask questions, they want to understand why. Sometimes I'm on the phone with people for over an hour, just listening to them talk about what they're doing, what could they do better. I'll review their video with them and just have a conversation with them about what I see, and what I think they could have improved on, or where I think the miscommunication began. A lot of times it's an issue of patience, taking time and letting people talk, just like you're letting me talk now. Sometimes you're already thinking something else in the officer's mind, and they want to interrupt and talk over the community member. But sometimes it's important just to stop and let the community member talk. And sometimes when a community member doesn't feel heard, it's when they start to wonder, well, why isn't this police officer listening to me? Why aren't they taking the time I feel like they should? And then that's when the issues of, is it because of my, blank protected class? Is it because I'm a woman? Is it because, what is the issue? And that's where some of these lie. I want to answer your question and not digress too much, but I did want to say, you talked about the number of complaints that we have versus the outcome. How are we disposing these complaints? What's the disposition? We have a very inclusive complaint policy for bias policing. So somebody can strongly infer, they can be vague, they can, make the complaint in a number of ways, and we will take it as a bias policing and investigate it. So I don't know if, so someone can be extremely impaired either because of a mental disability or mental illness, and their perception of everything is off, or because of a substance, impaired because of a substance. And we take the complaint the same way we would to somebody that's completely sound of mind in that matter. So we treat everyone the same in terms of gathering the same amount of evidence, and asking the same amount of questions. So the number of complaints is because we are very inclusive in what we take and how we take it and how we categorize it. And then the investigations end up where they end up. So I just wanted to say that, sir, to answer your question, add a little nugget more.
I appreciate that, and I'm trying to be as clear as I can in saying that I'm not questioning really the integrity of the process or the integrity of the people in the process. I'm acknowledging that the process itself has a lot of limitations to it in this area. For the reasons that we're talking about here, is that you can't really get into somebody's mind on either side of the equation, to know exactly what they're thinking, and so there's going to always be some limitations there. The one question, just a couple more before I turn over the floor. One is, what, if anything, do we know about the potential change in behavior or mindset after somebody's been through this process? So somebody's had one or more complaints, against them, or whether they've gone through mediation, what have you. Do we know, one risk is that somebody is a little more resentful and a little bit, bitter because of the everybody's going to react differently. Some people, just have open book, ask me any questions, this is what happened, and you're good, you go forward. Some have a little more difficulty processing, what they've been accused of, and they're feeling somewhat incensed and so on. So, and then some others through the process may open their eyes, right, to something they did. So I'm asking, what on the back end of the complaint, whether they're substantiated or not, what is the effort, if any, on the back end to understand, how even the process itself may be influencing the behavior of the mindset or behavior of officers?
Sergeant Telley, can you provide some insight on this? Because I know you do have these types of conversations with many of the accused officers. Anything that you could add on that?
I do. I think, the conversations I have with those that have either gone through a complaint investigation and then they get another, or mediation and then they get another complaint. A lot of employees feel like that they are learning from it, that they learn from the experience, mostly when they go through mediation or they go through the ACR process. The investigation, they tend to, because us as a department, we sometimes notice other issues and then we address them. So whether or not, like we talked about before, they feel a little bit picked on by that process. If I'm being candid and just speaking openly, they feel a little picked on when, maybe the issue is something about the traffic stop, or maybe something about the way we talk to them. And then we happen to notice they didn't have their seatbelt on, and we're going to address that, right? We can't let that go. That's an important issue. So we address it. Then they feel picked on by that experience. So not only did they get the complaint from the community member, which we ended up investigating and determined everything the employee did was at least appropriate within policy, but then they get, some other allegation for seatbelt or body worn late activation or something. So that I don't know in terms of investigation that anyone really feels good about the outcome of a complaint. That is why I encourage employees to participate in either the ACR or the mediation program. A lot of people feel very satisfied when they get that face-to-face encounter and they learn from the community member, wow, I had no idea that if I just would have given you a business card with my email on it instead of just the phone number to the station, so that you would have felt like you could have contacted me again. And again, this is a real life lesson learned, that would have been more meaningful to you. Or I had no idea that my hand placement on my gun belt would, basically I have put my hands this way because, this is my body shape and it sticks out like this. And I don't know where else to put my arms except here. And that's not tactically safe, or even that's not a good body language. So there's things that they learn from here, in mediation that they can improve on and do better. And the officers feel good about that. And sometimes they tell me, I went back to roll call and I said, hey, this is a good thing and other people should participate in it. And this is what I learned. Or they tell their partner, this is what I learned. Shoffin had to get off the call. He had another call to go to, but another meeting to go to. But he's big on talking about how do we translate these lessons learned? How do we broaden it so that other people can hear it? Other officers, other employees can hear it and they can learn from it and benefit from it. And over the years, we've tried to come up with some things and nothing's really had the impact that we wanted it to, or sent the message out in the way we wanted it to. So if anybody has ideas, I'm completely open to hear what they are. But I think it is important to share lessons learned. I'm just not sure how best to get that out.
Sure. Just two quick ones, and I know especially since Shoffin had to go. One is probably a yes or no question in terms of the mediation process and service. Is it only available in an individual context, or are there ever situations, or could there ever be situations where it's available in a group setting? Say if there's a group of community members who are aware of and concerned about stops in the community, or their community interaction with the officers, is there any current process to address mediation-like process to address that?
It's designed for a one-on-one with that specific complainant, but and I'm not aware of us ever doing that related to a complaint investigation in a group setting. But what you're describing, I mean, I've been in many community meetings myself where we've had those same types of discussions. But it maybe sounds like you're talking more of a smaller group, a focus group, which is certainly an excellent idea.
Thank you, and just something to think about. And then the last point also to just ask you to maybe talk with the city attorney's office a little bit about it. Shoffin made the point about the lack of diversity, or their struggle with diversifying the bench of mediators, and it's also a challenge that we have also at the commission in building out a diverse list of candidates for the Board of Rights process as well. And strikes me as similar types of capabilities in terms of people who have that mediation or human resources type of capacity. So I just encourage you to to collaborate a little bit, if possible, to see if there's anything they know of and they're doing to diversify their bench that we could take advantage of, or potentially vice versa.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Is that all?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs, and thank you to my colleagues for all of their questions. But most importantly today, I'd like to thank Chief Rimkunis, Commander Norquist, Sergeant Talley, and the City Attorney Roberts. I realize we've lost him during this presentation, which is unfortunate because I would like to hear from him on a few other matters, but I'll follow up with him personally. But I also want to thank you all, not just for your presentation today, but all of you met with myself and members of the advisory committee earlier this year, and several times, in fact, sharing some of this information. It did prompt in part calendaring this, but also questions of the commission with respect to the past bias policing reports. And I would, before I ask my questions, I do have a request of the department, and it goes to all the data and statistics that were provided earlier, Commander Norquist, primarily by you. You know, each year we get those bias policing reports, which of course are important, but part of why we wanted this presentation is to have the department rethink the presentation of those bias policing reports, getting that the number filed, and inevitably it's 0 determined to be founded, the complaints. There's much more, there's a much broader story to all of these complaints, as many of your statistics highlighted, and as some of the questions of the commissioners have highlighted in terms of the numbers unfounded, but then other matters or related matters from that complaint that were found to be founded, and just creating that through line. I agree with one of my colleagues who said the framework might not be the right framework for bias policing. We have to think about it, and I think the data will help us in terms of what's the right framework, because there is this expectation that if you file a complaint on bias policing, at least some of them will come back founded. And given the nature of the investigations, and as everyone has articulated, you can't get in the heads of different people to understand what's really going on. It might not be the right framework, but I think having that data and having reports that are far more thorough in terms of the data behind them that you highlighted, and I know Sergeant Talley, you also highlighted some of it's not being collected, but maybe can be in the future. We should be all thinking about how to create a framework that that frankly provides the transparency I think everyone wants with respect to all these bias policing reports. So I do thank you for the numbers. I join my colleagues in asking to have them. I was not able to keep up in writing down all the numbers, but it is very helpful in telling a story. And I hope it would be helpful in building trust, because, and I think these questions that I have are for you, Sergeant Talley. I was very disheartened to hear the statistics about mediation, as I think everyone was, that both officers and the public seem less likely right now to go to mediation than in the past. And it seems it's trust on both sides, that the community is not trusting the process, that the officers aren't trusting the process. Both want to have their day, which on one hand I understand, and on the other hand, you also talked about the results, or the sense of no one feels good after a full investigation, but they tend to, through a mediation, there's better understanding. Did I understand that correctly? First off, Sergeant Talley, is that a summary accurate?
Yeah, I don't think anybody feels good, because they're still left with, the feeling that they were accused of something. And even if the outcome comes unfounded, you still think, wow, I was just out there doing my job and somebody interpreted my actions this way. And then I get this complaint that's forever, regardless of the fact that it's unfounded or not, forever on my my employee record, forever there, even if it's unfounded. So if I get another one, is the department going to question me further and think that maybe this is a pattern? Right? This is a pattern of who I am, and maybe there's an issue. So one day, if I potentially want to work a certain assignment, maybe I won't be selected because I have this history in my complaints. And this is the mindset of employees. Yes.
And you may not be able to answer this, Sergeant, but in a prior conversation with City Attorney Roberts, he also talked about the community satisfaction with that process. Are you able to describe that in based on your experience?
In terms of once they've participated, how much? Yeah. So on average, basically it's about 70%, both sides, both parties, our employees and the community members, when they take those after mediation surveys, report back that they were satisfied, that they gained a level of understanding about the other party as a result of participation, which that to me is bigger than, did you like the mediators? That's a question we asked too. But did you learn something about the other party? That is so huge. If people who it was contentious in the beginning and they just misunderstood each other, and somebody who's been accused of being biased and somebody who's felt they were a victim of bias can come together and say that afterwards, that's a big win, a big win.
Sergeant, I don't want to put you on the spot in answering for the city attorney's office, but you do have a lot of experience with them. And in the absence of the city attorney Roberts, you might be able to give some context to this. I understood even pre-pandemic that the city attorney's office seemed strapped for resources in doing the mediations that they sought to handle. And encouraging more people to participate in these mediations. Are you able to speak at all about that based on your experience with them?
Yeah, they're still very much strapped for resources. So he and I had a recent conversation about, because we do have such an increased number of bias policing complaints. It's taxed me as in terms of being able to read through them in a timely manner, process them in a timely manner. It's taxed them, and they've recently lost several employees, and they're not replacing them. So yes, there is like a so when there's a lot more work and fewer people, it does present its own challenges. Like I really would like to tell you about some other facts or details about things, maybe a deeper analysis, but if I'm just completely transparent about it, I just don't have the resources to dig in deeper and go through everyone that's declined and maybe really come up with a pattern of why. I can just tell you when I talk to officers what they're saying. Chaffin tells me what the community members are saying, and as terms of really getting into it, which I'd love to do, I really would, because it's very important. We just don't have the resources right now.
Thank you, and thank you for accepting a question on behalf of the city attorney's office. I do appreciate that. With respect to increasing mediations or the efforts you're undertaking, do you have suggestions of what would be helpful, or is it really this trust issue that has to be overcome and that's going to take time, or is there broader outreach that can be done, more materials or data that may help people in making this decision? What's your sense of the situation, Sergeant Talley?
There's a couple factors I think also that are coming into play. When we had met with you prior and we talked about, maybe loosening the exceptions on some of the things that we typically wouldn't accept to do a mediation on, we've definitely done that. And I think that's going to create, let me give you an example. So a complainant that was extremely uncooperative at the time of the stop, let's just say a traffic stop. They were maybe cussing a lot at the officers, didn't want to answer any questions, but was really upset and really felt that they were targeted for one of the protected classes in our policy. That's typically something I probably would say, let's let that go to investigation. I'm not sure that person would want to participate in a mediation, and I'm not sure the officers would say yes to having contact with that person again that was so contentious. But after we met, I thought, well, let's see what happens. Let's see if that works. And those are really not working. Most of the time, the officers say things like, the body worn video will speak for itself. That person treated me very badly, and I just can't see that person being rational enough to want to talk to me again. And then at the same point, the complainant will say something like, I never want to see that officer again. I don't want to talk to them. They did what they did, and that's where I'm at with it. So in terms of creating education on that, or maybe, putting some more awareness, And there's a lot of those. There's a lot of those types of contacts. So in our numbers, when we see the decreases, there's the issue of morale. There's these micro issues that are creating this macro problem, right? So there's this issue of morale with our employees, and there's this issue of, you know, me accepting more to attempt to mediate and then having this outcome. And then there's other little things in there too. And then on the community member side, the same thing. So there's these bunch of little micro issues that are this bigger macro issue.
Well, Sergeant Telly, I certainly appreciate you taking a suggestion and running with it and at least trying, even though your instincts told you it probably wouldn't work out. And in fact, it looks like it didn't work out. You should be credited for trying different ideas just to see what might work, excuse me. But do you have ideas on what might work in terms of increasing the opportunities for mediation?
Well, aside from just maybe getting some more staff so that we can do some more outreach, that would be huge. It would be nice if I had a partner and we could attend some roll calls. We could attend some supervisor meetings like Commissioner Calanche talked about. What about the captains? What about the lieutenants? How are you reaching them? That would be really great, because if a captain stands in front of me, if I'm an officer and my captain comes into roll call and starts talking about this, that's going to have some weight. That's gonna say to me, you know what, I should probably do this. I want to make my boss happy. So, you know, if they're on the fence about it, I think the league maybe could do some, I'm a delegate myself with the Protective League. I think the league could do another article for us in their Blue Line and promote it like they have in the past, and get the panel attorneys on board again. There's some new attorneys that I'm not familiar with and haven't had discussions with. A big issue is not so much with our sworn personnel, but our civilian personnel, such as our PSRs and our RTOs. Their union is not very supportive of the process when we've met with them, not to lay them out here, but I tend to overshare. As Commissioner Bonner said, some people do, that's me. But they're not, and I've had many conversations with them, and they don't budge. So when a PSR gets a complaint, like a 911 operator gets a complaint for being biased to the caller on the phone, they contact their league, and their league tells them, no, don't do it, because they get the email from me and they said, no, don't do it. Don't trust this from internal affairs. So I don't know how to better that, except, you know, I have spoken with like gone to communications division and tried to make relationships there. If I had more time, I could do that more often. I think that would be of benefit, because I have seen an increase in our PSRs getting these complaints. I just had one this morning decline a mediation for a bias policing complaint. So that would be beneficial. I think on the other side of it, for my partner Shafin, if we were able to attend community outreach meetings, like Commissioner Bonner suggested, you know, those types of mediations. Well, if we could go to community meetings and bring more awareness to this program and just talk about it and make people more familiar and comfortable with it, I think that would help. But then again, that's staffing and that's personnel and that's time. And right now it's very difficult to do those things that in a utopia I would.
Well, it's good to know. I mean, if the answer is resources, we should hear that too, even though it is a struggle. So I appreciate your candor on all of that. Sergeant, I wanted to ask a follow-up on a comment you made. I want to be sure I understood it in terms of taking lessons learned and using them for training. You indicated it has not been a successful effort, if I'm understanding your summary today. Did I hear that right? And what efforts have been undertaken to improve, offer lessons learned in training environments?
One thing we talked about was, because people fill out surveys, they fill out surveys when they're done, and a lot of them write comments, and the mediators write a little debrief about what happened and what the issues were, which is confidential, and often I don't see those, but Shafin does, and they look at them. And we took some of those summaries and wrote them up in stories. And sometimes you'll see those in the bias policing reports that we submit to you, just little summaries of stories. We've taken a few of them and put them in the annual report that you guys will see later. But you know, we thought maybe a quarterly, something that we put on our LAN, our area network, posting it on the LAN where people can see it, and it comes up on the homepage, on the front page. So when you turn on your computer in the morning and you get ready for your day, or whatever time your day is, this would be something that would be on there quarterly as lessons learned, little stories about that. That didn't end up becoming published on the LAN like we wanted it to. We wrote it up, but it didn't get published. Let's see, I'm trying to think of other ways. We've implemented it in training. So it is something I do talk about in training. So when I do supervisor training or when I do divisional or area training, I always bring up a few lessons learned, and everybody likes the stories. So that's always something I incorporate.
Well, that sounds like that is a successful pathway forward as well. Thank you, Sergeant Talley, and I appreciate all of your efforts. My final question is just, I know the chief has been listening to all of this, and I just wanted to ask him if you don't mind, Commissioner Briggs, if the chief would like to comment on all of this, and that would be my concluding question, sir.
Please go ahead, Chief Moore, please.
Thank you, and appreciate this, the opportunity to hear this today. And we will be the statistical sheet that Commander Tim Norquist gave you. We'll have that available to you. We'll also have that available online for everyone who was listening today. We still have 137 participants. We want to make sure that everyone sees the array. I want to just take a step back, and I do appreciate the Commission's efforts on a report that has been produced for more than a decade. In fact, I'm trying to remember back, I think it is out of the consent decree, but it's been going on for so long. It's that the old path of the crooked path of the calf. How did we get here? And to Commissioner Bonner's point is the framework of it and how we're defining it. Is it set unreasonable expectations? Does it set us up for failure? I don't think it does, but it does have limitations as what it can achieve. What I am proud about is that as an organization, we spend so much energy on this. And I know that there are critics that may believe that the outcome of these investigations are unsatisfactory for all involved. But I'll just point to three things. One, body-worn video and digital in-car video. We can at times look at the last year, 2 or 3, and be dissatisfied with the results. But when we look at where we were a decade ago, we didn't have body-worn video, we didn't have digital in-car video. Body-worn video, digital in-car video provided material information to allow us to understand what happened, not just whether there was any proof of bias, but also the overt acts that amounted to misconduct and substandard performance in more than 90% of the instances. And a decade ago, that didn't exist. Secondly, in regards to the overt acts, years ago, we would only talk about unfounded, not resolved, actions could have been different in regards to the bias, but we would not talk about the associated discourtesy, neglect of duty, and other failures of people. That is something that now frames our conversation. And while the public may, and even ourselves may be dissatisfied because we can't get into evidence of what's in the officer's mind, we can and will hold them accountable to the professional standards of the organization. And that many times those tone and textures and remarks that were made were unnecessary, counterproductive. And that does, while the officer, we may not be able to prove that he or she was biased on a sense of discriminatory because of a person's skin color or gender or sexual orientation, we will hold them accountable to the professional standards. The vast majority of the time, by the way, the officers act as are consistent with our standards, but those instances in which they're not, we are taking action. Lastly, the participation and the encouragement to participate, both of our line personnel who are accused of this misconduct, as well as those that are making these accusations, has been something that we have strived to promote, to encourage. We've sought ways of, and how can we incentivize our officers to do this? Part of the process that's changed over the last 4 to 5 years has been to allow, if you will, exits or opportunities for the officer who goes through an ACR, who goes through a mediation, to short circuit, if you will, and deal with this investigation where he or she can move on with their career. And also that we look at this in a favorable light, that an officer who participates in mediation is demonstrating an emotional maturity and an inflection about the important role they have as an officer, and that while they may feel that they were unjustly accused, to take the high road and to participate. We're still trying to figure out how to incentivize that more, but I will tell you, I'd much rather see a 128 disposition with a mediation than 3 unfounded of biased policing. that to me, that is demonstrative of an officer who's willing to have an engagement and have a conversation with a dispute of an individual who felt that their actions were biased or discriminatory. Lastly, we have just recently moved our captains, our area COs, into this conversation. The key here is that on the ACR, the ultimate complaint resolution, is that sergeant on the field at that moment, that evening, being able to sit down with both parties and resolve this. We're now bringing the area CO in, or the patrol CO, to sit down with all the parties, including the officers, to see if there's a way of which to improve the number of ACR complaints for that strategy. We think that it helps with the officers understand the importance of the organization. We also think it helps the department to understand the officer's temperament as he or she participates in that conversation, to better coach and guide that young employee or more seasoned employee into a more productive path and an understanding of how his or her people are working. So I don't want us, as we get into the bowels of this and we spend a couple hours talking about it, we can get lost in our way of whether or not we're making progress. I believe we are. And I believe that these are steps that over time will continue to demonstrate an organization as attempting to build trust and attempting to demonstrate an accountability for the actions that we take. And I thank you for the opportunity to kind of just put a capstone on this.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy Chief Rimkunis, Commander Norquist, Sergeant Talley. This has been a very important topic and a very good presentation. Thank you for doing a deep dive for all of us. As you can see by the amount of time that we've taken on it, this is something that the commission cares about because the community cares about it. This goes directly to the heart of one of the issues that we're fighting so hard to regain, which is community trust among members of our city. And I think when we examine ourselves in this fashion, we help do that. And I see from everything that has been put forward today that we are attempting to do as best we can. While we cannot read the minds of officers, there are mechanisms in place that help us determine, as the chief pointed out, whether or not the officer acted within policy or without policy. There's also something else that the city has mandated for all city employees, which is the implicit bias training, which all officers undergo. But we didn't stop there as a department, as I understand it. We're now also requiring, and it's part of the academy training, that officers who are assigned to divisions learn the history of that division. I think that cultural bridge right there can help stop some of these complaints that we are finding out about or hearing, and will help the new officers, who I understand from Commander Norquist's comment that it is officers who have less than 5 years on the department. If they learn the history of the community that they're going to police, then there will be less instances of these types of complaints. So look, we still have work to do. The department is doing it. We're doing a self-examination. I want to thank everyone for this presentation today, and thank you all. And now we're going to move on to item 4B on the agenda. Thank you, each one of you. Appreciate it. So we're going to, Madam Secretary, we're going to go to item 4B on the agenda, the department's report relative to restraining and protective order audit. Welcome, Ms. Unzicker. Nice to see you. Commander Carlson. Be here soon.
Good morning, sir. Can you see me?
I see a chair.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm standing right in front of the computer.
Scott, I think you have your camera turned the other way.
You are correct, sir. Okay. Ask for somebody for some help here on how I change that. My camera's facing I don't know. It's not changing. I'm gonna log on my desktop. My laptop is not allowing me to change my camera view. Commissioner Briggs, if you want to proceed while I log on, I am monitoring on my laptop. So
Sure, and we can go ahead and proceed. Ms. Hunziker, all of the commissioners have read the report. So if you would just highlight some of those important areas for us. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. The report before you involves the department's conformance with policies and procedures regarding legal orders issued against individuals, specifically the restraining and protective order. A primary reason that Audit Division performed the audit is because the California Department of Justice previously identified findings that indicated that the department needed to improve the accuracy and completeness of database entries. Their most recent audit occurred in 2018. Overall department compliance rates for timely data entry into the CARPOS database were strong at 96%. Overall accuracy and completion of data entry was good at 86%. We did find that the department has room for improvement relative to documenting second-party verification and providing documentation in the arrest reports. Our report has some recommendations to help make amendments to the department manual. The intent of those recommendations and the amendments would be to better articulate required information and to help ensure consistency so details of those legal orders are appropriately captured. My project team is behind me to answer questions regarding the technical aspects of the audit. And there are also representatives from OO and R&I to answer questions on their command's behalf.
Thank you, Ms. Hunziker. Do any of the commissioners have any questions before I ask my own? No? Commissioner Decker?
Yes, thank you. I do have a few questions. I think my first question is for Commander Harrelson, sir. I'd like to understand, I understand the report, I understand the audit, but I'd like to understand the impact of incomplete information may have on victims to crimes when these restraining orders and protective orders are not inputted into the system fully and correctly.
Well, it could have a direct impact on filing when it comes down to the actual, the end of the case when the report is written. Sometimes if there's omissions in the narrative of the arrest report for the validation of the arrest in relationship to the restraining order itself, when it goes to the district attorney's office, they could have questions, about the validity of the arrest. However, those are not really the issues that we found. Most of the issues that we found in the audit were a lot of data entry errors that are actually, they're cleared up by the restraining order itself. So whether it's a records clerk making a data entry error, or if it's a subpoena control officer inputting incorrect information into the control log, the actual restraining order itself contains all the accurate information, which also goes to the district attorney's office. So at the end of the day, really, the accurate information and what they need is contained, but we're making data entry errors and human errors along the way in some of the tracking systems.
Thank you, Commander. I guess my question is, I'm concerned if a victim has received a restraining order and it appears somebody's violating that order and they call the police department and you come and there's an error in the system. does that impact the type of service that that victim receives from the department? Or is the fact the victim has a copy of the restraining order sufficient for the officers to act?
Absolutely. Yeah, if they have a copy of that restraining order, that is sufficient. The officers act on that copy of that restraining order in the absence of that restraining order. And that's why we maintain that subpoena control officer at the station that maintains that log so that they can pick up the phone. They call the front desk. They say, I have, Mr. Smith here. He has a restraining order. This is the information. They go to the control log. They find it. There's a copy of that valid restraining order there. They can verify all the information and they can affect their responsibilities in the field.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Commander, you're saying that victims who have obtained restraining orders, protective orders, service to them, at least as far as you can tell, are not impacted. This is more of internal controls, internal systems that have to be corrected. Am I summarizing that accurately?
100%, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I'll just one other area of questioning. I was concerned about documentation of second party verification for accuracy because it went down from 90% 3 years ago to 34% today. Ms. Umziger graciously called it room for improvement, but that seems like a fairly significant dive in the numbers. And I'm not sure whether the audit division should answer this question or Commander Harrelson, but what were the factors that resulted in that very steep decline in compliance, if you were able to identify that, and how does that number get back to the 90%?
And I'll jump in maybe for Ms. Unser wants to jump in, but in regards to objective number 1B, which is the second party check performed for accuracy at the OO level, we were at 92%, 66 out of 72 were in compliance. The overall number for the department, which includes R&I, which is what drew that number down a bit. But we did find that when we evaluated objective 1B at the area level, that the 6 deviations were because they neglected to put the stamp in the bottom right-hand corner of that report. As a result of that, I directed my inspections unit to contact each of those divisions that had those deviations, speak to a principal records clerk, have them go into the CARPO system and conduct that secondary check to ensure accuracy, and they were all 100% in compliance.
Okay, that thoroughly explains that, at least for me. So thank you, Commander. I appreciate that. Commissioner Briggs, I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Decker, in fact, you answered, you asked the questions that I had in mind, particularly with respect to that 34% and accuracy, and whether or not some of the inaccuracies impacted some of the victims of crime, or to state it conversely, whether or not those victims who have restraining orders because data has been entered inaccurately are subsequently affected by that, particularly those who may not personally have the restraining order with them, but say, hey, we entered this in Carpus. We went down to the sheriff's station or the police station. We had them enter this information, but because of human error, as Commander Halson pointed out, maybe the name was misspelled, and therefore the data is not present that would allow you, a commander, to say, oh yes, there is a restraining order issued against this person. We can now proceed. If you can, and I know it's there's no statistics that will show this. How often does that happen though, where there's been a misspelling and therefore someone at the desk who receives a call, sorry, we don't show anything. This is not reflective. I know this is probably anecdotal, but tragically, we've seen too many instances where somebody has a restraining order against someone and the person restrained either ignores it or goes about and harms the individual who sought the restraining order.
Yes, sir. And like you stated, no, I don't have numbers for you in regards to your question. However, what I would say is that the chances for an error being made are very, very slim, because there can be data entry errors into CARPOS or maybe into the control log. But however, when an officer in the field calls that front desk because, say, a victim in the field doesn't have a copy of the restraining order, so they call the front desk to get to find out if there's a copy. It doesn't matter if there's misspellings. There will be a copy of that valid restraining order in that control book at the station. If it's not there, it's because they probably did not file it with the station. And you know, there's little that we can do there when we actually don't have a copy of the valid restraining order on hand. But a simple data entry error, while it's a finding here on this audit, it doesn't have a material effect on the officer in the field in being able to validate the veracity of a restraining order.
Thank you, Commander. Do any of the other commissioners have any questions concerning this audit report? Seeing none, I move that we approve the report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Commander and Ms. Unsecker.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll now move to item 4C, the department's report relative to administrative transfers, downgrades, and deselection audit. Ms. Unsecker, I see that you're going to be staying with us for this report.
Yes, sir.
I understand that we should have Commander Orob with us. Oh, there he is. Great. You want to go ahead, Ms. Unsecker?
Yes, sir. This report involves the department's conformance with policies and procedures regarding administrative transfers, deselections, and downgrades. All administrative transfers, downgrades, and deselections for a one-year period between August of 2019 and July of 2020 were assessed for this audit. We performed the audit because there are potential risks to the department if an employee is transferred or downgraded from an earned position without appropriate notification or documentation. Overall, department compliance rates for tasks required of commanding officers and the employee relations group were excellent at 100% compliance in 7 categories. The department does have some room for improvement relative to attaching employee evaluations to corresponding administrative documents and maintaining record retention. Our report has some recommendations to make amendments to the department manual to require some information in cases where the language is not explicit, and to memorialize some information that the department is already doing in accordance with best practices, rather than having that explicitly written in the manual. Our audit team was led by Project Manager Detective Carl Lurvy, who's with me this afternoon. He and I can address questions about the technical aspects of the audit, and it's my understanding that we'll have representatives from both ERG and personnel to answer questions on their command's behalf.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Unsecker. Let me go around the room. Commissioner Soboroff, any questions? Commissioner Bonner, any questions?
Yeah, it's just a high level question, really. Nothing about the content or substance of the audit, except I wanted to understand, was this part of the audit plan that we reviewed some months ago? I'm noting that the audit itself indicates that it's the first one, I believe, of looking at this efforts, and I understand why that might be, or why it's important to do that. But I was just wanting to understand how it got into the plan. And again, not disagreeing with it being in the plan. I'm kind of getting to, yeah, it makes sense to audit this. So why wasn't it being done before? How did it cause to be the subject of an audit this year?
So it became the subject of an audit when typically we will gather suggestions and feedback from department management, from commanding officers, and sometimes also from commissioners, where we get feedback regarding operations that should be reviewed. We also have meetings with our management at OCPP to discuss significant risks to the department. We're interested in knowing what keeps commanding officers awake at night. And so that's one reason that we took a look at the issues around administrative transfers, because we do know that there have been some legal actions taken against the department And it makes it easier for the department if they have all of their documentation and all of their records in place. So based on conversations, feedback that we got, finalizing our list, we came forward with a list of audits to perform in 2019 and 2020, and this was on that list.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I just say that it is an interesting area that I've not been exposed to previously, and we'll likely have some additional questions, not necessarily for the audit group, but just for the department's management and command staff going forward. So I appreciate you bringing the information to light.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker, did I see your hand? No? Commissioner Tlache, do you have any questions? Ms. Hunsaker, thank you. Thank you, Commander Orr, and Ms. Asuncion. If I pronounced it correctly, I probably mispronounced it. I apologize.
No problem. Asukan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day. I want to move that we approve the department's report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. Thank you, everyone. At this time, we're going to be moving into closed session, which will start at 1:10 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss Agenda Item 5A1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
I'm sorry, let me start again. We are back in open session. We have a quorum present. Commissioner Kalanche had to leave before closed session. Mr. Tiefank, will you report out on the closed session?
Yes, Mr. President. Commission has concluded its work in closed session. As Commissioner President indicated, Commissioner Kalanche was not present for closed session. Item 5A1, officer involved shooting number 046-20. The chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted on a 4-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 1, 1 Police Officer 3, 3 Police Officer 2s. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 Police Officer 3, 2 Police Officer 2s. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 Police Officer 2. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefank. At this point, there being no further business of the commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.